Right, okay, let's begin. Welcome everybody to day 3 of the FANUC Open House event. It is so good, I can't tell you, to see so many young faces here. So a huge, huge welcome to every single one of you. As I've said previously, in the past couple of days, if you have any question whatsoever to ask within the world of automation, this event here is the perfect place to get your answer. Now, throughout the whole exhibition, let me explain, you've got the showroom behind us, so feel free to visit the showroom. And then this side of the building is the exhibition hall. And you can see what's out there in industry at the moment. And it's not just about seeing, it's about talking to the people who are actually at the forefront of this industry, talking to the people that are actually out there integrating, implementing these robots and putting them into these practical situations. And this is not a one-way street here, not for any one of you. There's going to be presentations happening throughout this morning, and it's a case of you getting your voice heard. If you've got a question, a little niggle, anything at all, put your hand up. We've got microphones. We'll get you on camera as well. Some people have smiled there, so hopefully some of you want to be on camera. But get those questions asked. This is the chance for you to do exactly that. Now, learning is the topic really of today, apprenticeships and education, and we're going to have those presentations up until 12:30 this morning. Now online you can see lots of cameras around you. MTDCNC, we're like media for the metal cutting industry, so if you head to that YouTube channel or head to FANUC's YouTube channel, you can catch up on all of the events. Those events from yesterday, any of the talks from yesterday. There was a brilliant case study yesterday as well, so you can catch up on anything you've missed out of and today. We'll be doing a tour of the facility, so there's loads, you won't miss out on anything. So a massive hello to our online viewers as well. Like I said, it's interactive, so not just everyone here can ask questions, you can ask questions online. So, up until 12:30, we've got all of the presentations in here. At 12:30, you are going to be very excited because lunch will be served as well, and that's going to be down at the bottom of the showroom. If you're watching online, 12:30 till 1:15, the stream will continue. We'll be doing a podcast, and we're going to be hosting that, so anyone who's on the panel doing presentations or anyone who wants to talk about apprenticeships or anything that you're doing in industry at the moment, get involved. So who would go on the podcast here? Maybe raise your hands. Who here would go on a podcast? Yeah, we've got, yes, this gentleman here. We've only got one person, but we will remember you. But anyone else, if you fancy going on the podcast, then you can do as well. And then you can tell everyone at home that you're on there too. And then online, but for everyone as well, at 2 p.m, there's going to be the WorldSkills qualifying task. So basically, it's you can have a go at the task that the students had to do to qualify for the WorldSkills event, and that's happening at 2 p.m. Enough of me. I'm going to hand over to the Managing Director of FANUC UK, and it's Tom Boucher. So welcome to the stage, Tom.
Thanks, Lindsay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on. This is a participation event. You've got to join in here. As Lindsay said, all day there's people doing talks, everything else. Join in. It really is important. Good morning to everybody watching online as well. I know we've had quite a high numbers of people over the last couple of days watching online, so good morning. As Lindsay said, my name's Tom Boucher. I'm the Managing Director here at FANUC UK, and I'd like to really welcome you to the 3rd and final day of our 2022 Open House. It's really great to see you all here today, and thank you for taking the time out to come and see us. Just a quick housekeeping note. Obviously, this is a no smoking site. There is smoking areas at the back. If you do participate in smoking, ask somebody, they'll point you out to it. There's no fire alarms planned for today, so if you do hear the fire alarm, the fire exits at front of the back. There's marshalling points. Please go there, and our marshals will look after you. We've got a lot of FANUC staff on hand here today as well. They're all here to help you. So if you've got any questions, you want to know anything, you want to ask anything, please just grab one of the FANUC staff. They'll be happy to help you. Whoops, written it down, can't turn the page. As I said earlier on, and as Lindsay said, please join in the debates. The only way that we drive UK manufacturing, UK engineering, UK productivity forward is with everybody together. Government can't fix it, academics can't fix it, industry can't fix it. Everybody has to fix it together. We all have to be part of that solution. Anybody working on their own will not fix it. So we do have to work together. So join in. A lot of the people up here will be experts giving you the information, but you have information to give to them. Every day's a school day. They need to learn as well. So challenge them. Ask them the questions. If you don't agree with them, tell them you don't agree. Find out why. Let's get the debate going. We've got 40 different exhibitors here as well as FANUC today. Various machine tool builders, people that add stuff to automation, lots of different industries. And I'd like to thank all of those for being here today as well, or for being here this week. We've charged all of the exhibitors a fee, excuse me, a fee for being here this week. It's the first time we've ever done it. And what we're going to do is put their money where our mouth is. We're not taking any of that money. We're going to use that to, for the Arkwright Scholarship, which helps 16 and 17-year-olds at A-level learn about engineering, get into an engineering career and see what a great path that is. We need to do something to get people in, so we need to do that as well. So it's a fantastic fund. It gives them a 2-year bursary. And for the money that we've taken them this year, we're going to be able to put 4 people through that 2-year process at the Arkwright Scholarship. So thank you to all of those. The Make UK report for 2022 shows that the UK is the 9th largest manufacturer in the world with £183 billion worth of output. I mean, think about that. It's a huge number. These islands that we're on here, they've had a long and proud trading history, and despite any uncertainty currently in history anywhere, have always punched well above our weight. I don't think it's any surprise that they put great in front of Britain. It really is a great place. No matter what the negative news goes on, no matter how much the mainstream media only reports bad news, there is fantastic islands that we live in with a fantastic future. We've got world-class engineers, world-class machine tool builders, world-class integrators, world-class manufacturers and world-class workforce. We have everything we need in this country. Many of them are here this week, in this room, exhibiting up here, wherever they are. So they'll be here speaking. So challenge them, really challenge them. I mean it, excuse me, there was too much red wine last night. Today you're going to see a small glimpse of our world-class innovations. We believe at FANUC that we have been the UK's best system integrator, and we now think we're also the UK's biggest integrator. You'll see a range of products as well as other information on deep learning, field, IoT, other Industry 4.0s. After the difficult last couple of years that we've all endured, I think we can all start looking forward to a bigger, brighter, better future. The IFR, the Robotics World Association, reports that despite the global uncertainty, their signs are currently really favourable and there's a massive investment in automation. Just a few points to get you thinking before I get off. The IFR state that there was a 32% increase in 2021 to 517,385 robot installations worldwide. Huge number. In fact, if you look on our LinkedIn pages today, you'll see that FANUC has actually just gone through its 900,000 robot installation this week. The largest growth last year was actually in Europe. Europe had a 38% market share of that. So there is great signs that people reshoring, onshoring, bringing it back over here. Unfortunately, as the only G7 country, we have a below the worldwide average of industrial robot installations. The worldwide average is 126 robots per 10,000 workers. We have 101 robots per 10,000 workers. We're the only G7 country that is below the worldwide average. It ranks as 24th in the world. It ranks as 15th in Europe, 24th in the world for installations. So even though our manufacturing output is massive, and even though we're bringing people like you guys into engineering careers and manufacturing careers, which is a great career path, we need to grow our productivity. For every hour that a German worker works, he's 30% more productive than a UK worker because of the amount of automation. We'll always have this debate, and I'm sure there's people thinking, I think I've probably answered it about 50 times this week. Robots don't take jobs. Robots create jobs. Automation creates jobs, technology creates jobs. It's not to be scared of. It gets rid of tasks, it doesn't get rid of jobs. So it gets rid of the dull, dirty, dangerous stuff that we shouldn't be having people doing and creates much higher level jobs. I think we need to push that agenda forward. People that think that robots take jobs, if you think that we have 101 robots per 10,000 workers and we've got about 3.6% unemployment in this country, Germany has almost 400 robots per 10,000 and they have 3% unemployment. So they've got lower unemployment, massively more automation. So it doesn't take jobs, it creates jobs. The good news is that 5 years ago we only had 71 robots per 10,000 workers. So we are going in the right direction. I think Brexit, COVID, the worldwide situation has caused the need for companies to invest in people and invest in automation. So it really is a positive future that we have. We're seeing here at FANUC, we're seeing that interest from manufacturers, we're seeing it from the visitors here this week, from you guys being here, that people are interested. People want to see automation. They want to know where the country is going. I think together, you guys are the future. Let's make sure that we keep this country at the forefront of where it should be. We should be pushing the boundaries of technology, bringing everything into this country and really driving it forward. So get involved in everything that's going on here today. I think I've used my time up, so Lindsay's looking at me and shaking her head. So thank you very much for being here today, and if you've got any questions, just ask them at anybody at FANUC. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you. Okay, so my next speaker is, on his way. So we've got, the next talk is an apprentice perspective, an introduction to the MTC apprenticeship programme, and it's Matthew Bastock, and you've got your apprentices with you as well. So welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Big round of applause.
Okay, good morning everyone. Thanks for taking the time to come to the event, and thank you to FANUC UK for asking the MTC apprentices and all the apprentices to come and join this morning. So I was asked to do a bit around education and skills and what our apprenticeship programme looks like. I think it goes without saying the investment in activities and events such as this, which focuses an element of their 3 days on the world of education and skills, is testament to companies like FANUC and similar companies that put so much investment into the skills for the future. So we heard about Tom speaking about the Arkwright initiative, other initiatives, things like Duke of Edinburgh Awards and so on. And it's really great to see in terms of not just the MTC, but training provision as a whole. So a little bit about the MTC apprenticeship. So Manufacturing Technology Centre, just positioned on Ansty Business Park across the road in Coventry. We formed as part of the main MTC, which was back in 2010, and there was a real underlying skills need for the technologies of the future. So Clive Hickman, our chief executive at the time, got together with Lloyds Banking Group and government to look at setting up a training centre for those technology and skills and how to transition that into the workplace. So in 2015, the Apprenticeship Training Centre in Coventry was formed, and year on year, thankfully, our continued growth, as it is today, is circa 117 intake of apprentices, which we have a lot with us this morning. They all started their journeys back in September of this year, or October of this year, and today we've got Emma and Chloe, who join us as first-year apprentices, and also Ethan, who graduated a few years ago and transitioned to FANUC as an apprentice. So back in the early days of 2015, when our model was that we would have used a college for our first-year delivery rather than doing everything in-house. So we took that decision really to be one of the best training providers that we could be in the sector. And from that point on, from 2015, 16, 17 and so on, the numbers of apprentices and the appetite from industry has just increased. So much so that we then opened up in 2019 a training centre in Oxford, so on the UK AEA site in Culham. So we now have 2 training facilities, similar numbers of apprentices that go through, and really from the MTC perspective, that gives us greater impact, not only just in skills, but in the sector of manufacturing and engineering, to be able to work with our employer partners to really help the skills needs that we require. So I mentioned Lloyds Banking Group, a key partner to make the AMTC where it is today. So they give us a sponsorship allowance each year, which allows us to have smaller group sizes. So typically when the apprentices in their first and second years are going through practical units, they will look at doing in groups of sizes of 12 to give them that hands-on experience and tutorials that they need to really be a foundation year, if you like, to give them a great starting platform as they move into the years 2, 3 and 4 of their level 3 apprenticeship programmes. And then in their second year, all our apprentices return on block release programme. So, you know, really try and push on. We make it a workplace, so we don't ever say we want to be same as other educational establishments. We want it to be work, so everyone that comes to see us and works with us is paid and employed and sponsored. And those employers are able to utilise their apprenticeship levies to pay for that training that goes on. But obviously it is a big investment to the employers that we work with. So we try and work hand in hand with our employer partners, especially in the development of apprenticeships. So the Institute for Apprenticeships govern what apprenticeships can be in terms of the standards that we can offer. So our team work closely with the government to look at the future apprenticeships that are needed. So, you know, things like automation are included in our mechatronics pathway, for example, that we currently offer. Being professional is something that we're really keen on. We really push hard within the apprenticeship. You know, if you've visited FANUC UK or the Technology Centre at the MTC, you'll really notice that feel as you go around the campus, that, you know, we want the best of the best from all our apprentices. In terms of where we're going next, we are at the MTC looking currently at northern training centres. So we want to have our bigger impact in society and the skills agenda across England, you know, in terms of the funding that we can attract. So we're already looking at Liverpool and Manchester as an area that we potentially can look at to further expand our training provision. It's also great to see today that we've got WorldSkills taking part. So a couple of our apprentices in our second year have contributed and put in efforts for that. So the first year apprentices that we've got here today, we really encourage you to kick on in your careers, to put your names in for this year's round of WorldSkills, because the backing is there from your employers and from the MTC. I'm going to now ask Chloe and Emma to say hello in terms of what they've learned and why they got into apprenticeships. Just to give you an understanding of what it's like to be an apprentice. Not every apprentice comes through the doors to us at 16 to 18. So gone are the days of that age group within apprenticeships. Apprenticeships are open to everyone, whether it's 16 to 60. There's degree apprenticeships available. Obviously, I'm speaking on behalf of the MTC, but there are numerous training providers up and down the country that are upskilling existing members of staff on apprenticeship programmes. So I'll hand over to Emma and Chloe. So we'll go to Chloe first. So why did you choose to do an apprenticeship?
I chose to do an apprenticeship within engineering because it's something I've always been interested in, and I'm a strong believer that there isn't enough females in the industry. So I want to be part of that growth and learn new skills, develop my knowledge, and get a cracking career.
And Emma?
Yeah, so as Matt mentioned before, I'm one of the older apprentices. I'm actually 37, and I didn't actually realise that you could do an apprenticeship at this age. I always thought it was 18, like 16 to 18, like school leavers. And when I found out I could do one in engineering, I was like, wow, I'm going to give that a go. I've done lots of different jobs throughout my working career, and I've never found something where I've settled. I've always thought I'm bored, I need something more interesting, and I think engineering is the way forward. It's mentally challenging and just gets you thinking about everything. And there's always going to be a need for engineers, and especially as Chloe was saying before, women in engineering, again, a few years ago it was never heard of really, was it? So yeah, I'd like to be part of that growth as well.
And Chloe, how's it been so far?
So far it's been brilliant, a lot of fun. I've just completed my health and safety modules and my hand fitting practical lessons. Like I say, it's been a lot of fun, a lot of learning. Have just started mathematics and electronics, which I won't lie, is quite difficult. It's character building, but obviously there's growth, there's learning to do to get to where I want to be at the end.
And yourself, Emma?
For me, again, absolutely brilliant. The onboarding process at MTC was really informative. The staff look after you really well. All the trainers are really friendly and help you as much as they can. They want you to succeed. They want you to progress. So they do put in the effort to help you get through that. Like Chloe, I've done health and safety, and I'm just moving on to maths. I haven't done maths for about 20 years, so I'm finding it challenging. But again, with the trainer, they put in that time and effort to give you even one-to-one tutoring so that you can progress, and they actually make it fun, believe it or not.
And what we are keen at the MTC to do as well is to give insights to future technologies. So having the benefit of the main manufacturing technology centre's engineering team working on insights of the future, we offer technical lectures to all the apprentices so that they can then see what's coming up in terms of the apprenticeship programme, but in industry, so they get an insight into that. And just before we then hand over, we're going to speak to Ethan, who's started his apprenticeship back in 2015 with us, so very early days. His model of apprenticeship would have looked very different to Emma and Chloe that was available at the time, as we were just on that journey of growth. So Ethan, what skills did you learn from the apprenticeship that you could then translate into the real world of work when you came back to industry?
Yeah, so as you say, it was slightly different to what you have now as a setup. But I think when I was there, it was split into 3 segments. So we had CNC, metrology and automation. And I think having that fundamental knowledge and exposure into those areas has massively helped me to where I am today, especially with the kind of, because I work as a project engineer, so we integrate robot systems for customers, and having that kind of initial adequate skills in kind of, for example, CNC, we integrate a lot of CNCs, machines with our robots, so having that initial exposure has massively helped me with integrating systems and whatnot. And yeah, and similar with metrology as well, we work a lot with Renishaw and whatnot, and having that familiarity with it as well is also really helpful to me. And also when we were over there, we did a lot with robotics and stuff like that, and that's how I got my original interest in robotics, and that's where I am today. So it has massively helped me with kind of exposure in the industry as well, because we did work placements and that kind of thing. So it definitely helped me with my confidence and kind of just familiarity with the industry as well, and how manufacturing actually works in the real world. So, yeah. And
just in general, to all the apprentices in the room, what you should be mindful of is that there is endless opportunities to whichever way your career will go within the sector. So like when Ethan started with his 30-odd colleagues, they wouldn't have known which pathway they wanted to go, whether it be automation, CNC, machining, or metrology focused. Yeah. So that allowed Ethan to then develop into an automation route. So you guys and girls in the room, I'm sure you'll have exposure to the FANUC robot cells, and then understand the areas of engineering that you might think about the future. And then your businesses will create opportunities, based on where you are and the good work that you're doing. So in terms of employers, Ethan, what would you advise in terms of, looking to take on an apprentice?
Yeah, so I'd say one of the big things is to have a good plan in place before your apprentices come into the company. So because you want to utilise their time wisely, because it's a very impressionable age, and you want them to guide them in the right direction. And yeah, and when I started here, I was kind of exposed to lots of different aspects of FANUC, so RoboShop, RoboDrill, and automation as well. So it kind of gave me a good overall outlook on how the company actually works and all the cogs and how it all intermingles together. So I think that's one of the key aspects I would say, is to just have a good plan in place and understand where you want the apprentice to go. Yeah, just get them exposed to different things as well. And because I always learn on a more trial and error basis and stuff like that. So I love kind of getting involved and stuff like that and learning on the job as well and having a good guide through. So yeah, I think that would be a big key thing.
I think that's a key message really around the hands-on. So most people that come into the world of engineering, manufacturing, apprenticeship want to be hands-on, don't want to be classroom-based. So they want to get stuck into projects and then get involved. Yes, there is elements they have to do the qualification and meet the apprenticeship. But, you know, I think you're right there in terms of having a plan in place. So there's a mentoring program or a supervisor allocated to the apprentice. What is also great to see as you go around various companies, FANUC included, is a number of our graduates that have gone through the apprenticeship program year on year. As we see just coming in this morning, you can see numerous apprentices that work in here putting on the showcase for these 3 days, and I think that's great. Just in terms of before we go to Q&A, on behalf of the MTC and the apprentices, a big thank you to FANUC for inviting us over, and also the investment that companies like FANUC and various companies that are here today exhibiting put into skills and apprentices, because without them we wouldn't be on that journey. So thank you to everyone from FANUC and all other companies that are here today.
So has anybody got any questions at all? Anyone? Is there anything any of you would like to say to everyone sitting here as advice, really? Just that kind of passion behind it all, and the future. What are you looking for from your careers?
Yeah, I guess just every job you go into, you'll find barriers. Just keep at it, work hard, have fun. And make history, yeah, as Amazon say. But no, just stick at it and put the effort in, and the rewards are absolutely fantastic at the end of it. So you're in a lifelong career, being an engineer. So yeah, I would strongly advise just to stick at it as best you can. And if you struggle, ask for help. There's no shame in asking anybody for help. I mean, I've asked for help in MTC, like learning and things like that, and I didn't feel bad for asking because I didn't know the answer, and the only way you're going to find the answer is just to ask the question.
Absolutely. Any questions at all? I find as well is we've been doing like talks over the last few days, and we've had we talk about government and everything like that, but for me it's really interesting that people see, it's a career, but there's a lot you can get from this career, but also financially as well. Manufacturing is massive, isn't it? And, we say about WorldSkills, one of the first questions that people are asking is, oh, what's the starting wage? But you've just said it, spot on. It's a lifetime career, isn't it? There's longevity in this career, and you've got, at the end of the day, it's that stability that we talk about. I don't know if you've got a perspective on that.
Yeah, there'll always be jobs for people, like I say, obviously it's competitive to get to where you are, so well done for those people that have got for it. I think we touched on before this session that one of the colleagues here has had to apply 2 years on the run to get into their programme, but once they're in, the opportunities are endless. So you won't be without work, I'm sure, in this sector. So yeah,
definitely. Now, as I said earlier, we are doing a podcast, so if any of you want to get involved, if you want your voice heard, if you want to tell us about your journey, we would genuinely love to hear from you. And we are doing a talk on the podcast a little bit later on about people who are in industry who haven't gone through the apprentice route, and then people who have, and their perspectives. So do make sure you're listening to that or get involved in that as well. Thank you, everybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we'll just need a couple of moments, thank you, to change one of the microphones over. So just give us probably about 1 minute, and then we're going to welcome onto the stage Matt and Mark from Oikner and Cobot's Machinery Safety. Thank you. You're like, what is it I've said? Yeah. An agenda. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Okay, so I'd like to welcome onto the stage, we've got Matt and Mark from Oikner and Cobot's, and they're going to be talking about Oikner and Cobot's machinery safety. Now, we do have our online viewers as well, so if you've got any questions, do please send them in. Welcome to the stage, gents.
Are you standing here?
Oh, no idea. I'm not sure whether it's seating or standing.
We'll sit, I think. Yeah, go on. We'll sit down. Go on. Yeah, okay, you ready? Yeah. Okay. So, good morning, everybody. My name's Matt, and I'm from Cobot's and Machinery Safety. And this is Mark.
Yeah, my name is Mark Staples. I'm from Oikner Machine Safety.
Okay, so we're going to take you through just a couple of slides to talk about machinery safety, compliance, and a little bit of training, just to talk about the skills and upskilling your workforce on how the machinery safety world sees what goes on, and obviously trying to bring people up to speed with what training's about and why we have machinery safety.
So I thought we'd start with some of the trends that are now in this industry. The main one is the automation and the thirst for automating more systems, but that brings increased complexity with those automation systems. So there's a greater increase in the use of robots and more collaborative robots as well, which bring their own challenges and also benefits. But then the greater requirement around the short-term interventions based around what that particular piece of equipment is trying to put together. So we need to make sure that those short-term interventions are done safely for the people that use them, but also the process and the equipment that that is being used. And I guess to gel that all together there's a real skills and knowledge gap now that's emerging, because the automation is more complex, the standards are more wider, particularly with collaborative robots. So it's really, how do we bridge that gap to make sure that everyone's singing from the same hymn sheet?
Okay. So one of the things we have to start thinking about is, when we start integrating, what does the safety look like? Everybody's got the drive to start looking at productivity and increase their workload, take on more work. There's a skills gap, there's a labour shortage. So understanding that, and how the lack of interaction with machines to people becomes one where people might start taking risks, because there's less people around, the tasks still need to carry on. So from a machinery safety perspective, we're trying to upskill people to understand why they have the safety requirements. And with the cobots, we've taken down physical guarding, okay, and we're allowing people to come potentially into contact. And by coming into contact, that could result in injury. So we need to be mindful of what injury looks like. We need to be mindful of how that interaction from that person to the system forms, and we need to test for it. So part of our requirements in safety is to understand the interactions and how we protect people. Okay, so collaborative robots, the phrase has been thrown around, and we look to basically say, okay, if we can come into contact, we should not allow a person to become injured. Okay, so we have to be mindful of not just the robot itself, but the process, what you're picking, what you're placing, the grippers, and all this type of technology that we're fitting to the end of it. Okay, and as part of that sits training. Okay, why? People need to understand more about it. Okay, it's not here to take your job away, it's here to work alongside you. It's here to allow you to be upskilled, okay, for the business to reintroduce skills into their maintenance teams, into their operators, okay, and allow them to take on different roles within the business and allow them to sort of nurture and to grow themselves. All right.
So on that skills and knowledge, when we're looking at one of the trends in increased complexity of automation, it's those multiple equipment vendors. When you're joining machines together, when you're integrating a cobot into your labeling line, for example, it's really important to have a good foundation around what the requirements are, how to do the risk assessment, because those are individual separate pieces of machinery, and you might have a label applicator where the risk is really low, so the most it can do is going to stick a label to your hand. That could be spliced to a palletizing robot that, if you came into contact with it, is going to do you some serious harm. The gap in the middle, as the two systems come together physically, is that guarded correctly? Can you walk from one area to the other? So it's really important from a training and knowledge point of view that those scenarios and those situations are made more aware. But also, who's got the overall responsibility for the conformity assessment to make sure that those two machines that are now joined are safe, they're compliant. So this is another big gap that we see, particularly machine safety, around those knowledge, skills, because there are a lot of standards that can fan out when you start scratching the surface. The other trend is, because automation has made it easier, production has got increased, things are faster, we can produce more in either the same time or less time. The requirement for those short-term interventions, and Matt touched on it earlier, about understanding what those interventions are and why they're needed, these systems are often integrated into existing processes. So lockout, tag-out, try-out systems that are well-established and well-positioned in companies often get whitewashed over the new installations, and you've got to ask a question: are they suitable for those short-term interventions? And part of the risk assessment should determine that. And not just keeping people safe, I mentioned process safety as well. When we disconnect an isolator, the electrical shock on the system when you re-energize that, the automation, the electrical shock when you re-energize, and the shock through the system of that re-energization of those electrical systems and pneumatic systems, if that's being done far more frequently than it was or needs to, then there is a need for automation, a better way of doing things. And you know, we see knowledge around latest technology, having key in pocket type systems that are used in conjunction with safety related guard locking solutions as a better way, rather than switch the main isolator off, put your padlock on, for an intervention that could be a few minutes. The big risk is that it doesn't get done. People misuse it. They don't put the padlocks on. They leave the padlocks open because it's difficult or troublesome or time consuming to do those types of operations.
So when we think about the isolations, it's important. We see it so many times, both me and Mark, taking a look at industry as a whole, where basically people are not using the right procedures. Okay, we put a lot of reliance on human beings. and we all take risks in different ways, shapes and forms. And it's understanding what that risk is. Okay, if we look at it as an analogy, we cross the road. We could all go outside, we could stand alongside the road and a car could drive along the road. We could cross it. Who's going to wait until the car's passed? Who's going to go, there's plenty of time? Who's going to go, I can run? That's how humans perceive this risk that's associated. Okay, so what one operator sees as risk, the other doesn't necessarily so. So trying to introduce these types of lockout systems, these key in pocket systems, is a suitable way. It still relies on the human, and you can't take that away. But by introducing this and allowing them, these short-term interventions, you make the systems as robust as we can and as easy to use. So therefore, there's no reason for an operator to try and cheat, defeat, ignore it. Okay, and it allows businesses to understand, and the newer products that are on the market are not just a mechanical key. We can do traceability behind it, so we know who's entered areas. We've got that understanding of that particular operator has that key. They're allowed to do that particular task. So we can put a more robust system in place, and behind the scenes, that's logged. Okay, and it's good because it understands not from just a process safety perspective or a personal safety perspective. It also gives data to the machine builders, and that allows them to understand what that use case looks like, how often that type of intervention is being made. And it allows machine builders in time to build better machinery. Okay, and we can then move forward with it, and we can look to see what new products may be needed, what other tasks may be required, and we can build on that further.
But also as well, linking that back into the training requirement, as Matt mentioned, we've now got the data around these key and pocket systems. So who has taken the key? When was it used? Why was it used? But this key now can be used as a training record. So you might want to periodically refresh somebody on how to do a certain procedure in a robot cell. Well, if that training's expired, you can disable the key. So you can start using this automation, this technology, in conjunction with training to make sure that people are up to the latest edition of training for setting up a tool or changing a tool. And if that's expired, they then need to go on that refresher course. And this is an enabler for that kind of data to be shared across multiple platforms behind the scenes. So it's not just making the machine secure, it's linking into those training requirements for individuals to make sure that they've got the latest guidance or knowledge around doing certain tasks.
Okay, so one of the talking points that has been discussed yesterday, Paul Richards of FANUC did a presentation around the collaborative robots. It's a big topic. Industries are getting on board with it in all matter of use cases, whether it's palletizing, machine tending, welding. And as the use case grows, we're finding applications where now we start needing to look more into what the safety's around. Okay, there's been the word cobot thrown around for a numerous amount of years, but now we're getting to that stage where more and more people are buying into the technology. Okay, but what's the difference? Should we have an industrial cell? Should we have a collaborative cell? That's down to your risk assessment. That's down to your applications. That's down to what are you trying to achieve. Okay, there's always going to be a limitation on speed. We know that. Okay, if you're targeting fast stuff, industrial is a good way to go. If you're looking for human and robot interaction because you can accept a slower cycle time, we can work alongside it. But one of the big parts around it is validation. Okay, and we need to validate both systems. Okay, around the functionality. Okay, the safety requirements. We've got within the building today, we've got the cells that FANUC have got. These are traditional industrial cells with gate systems around them. They're integrated, they've been tested, they're part of the robot safety control. So if the gate's open, that robot's inhibited. But now we've got to a stage where the collaborative, we're taking the guarding away. So we need to do a different style of validation and a different style of testing to understand that those risks that I mentioned about being basically hit by the robot in its path. It's down to us to understand that. It's down to us to determine what that risk looks like and decide on how best to consider it. Okay, we can't just take it on face value that that risk is there, but the operator's not likely to do this task. Okay, think about the cells. If the guard's closed and the robot's working, everybody's away from it. Now you've presented with a collaborative system the opportunity for somebody to come into contact with it. That robot's free to move, you're free to move with it. We can have a collision. What does that collision look like? Okay, how clever is the robot? Intelligently, the robot's very clever, but it relies on the human to program it. So if we get the code wrong, there's an error in it, therefore it's a human error, and therefore there is that still risk of a potential collision. Okay, and as I said, talking back to the road, if we don't cross the road, we're safe. If we do cross the road, what does that position look like as to where the car is? Okay, and that's where we have to come back to the validation processes. It's a fundamental part of any safety system, whether it's collaborative robots, industrial robots, or any other form of machinery safety.
And I guess something else, Matt, that we see is people have a thirst for using collaborative robots and cobots, but actually the application, is it a cobot application that you're looking to achieve in the first place? Because, you know, generally the payloads of collaborative robots tend to be very low, and they tend to be very slow moving. So part of that assessment and the suitability of use part is around, should we actually be using a cobot for this type of application? Or should we put it in a cell? Because it can work faster, it can produce more products, the throughput's better. So there is a shan't we, decision to be made on cobots, as good as they are.
Yeah, one of the things that you do see is quite commonly now, people are using collaborative robots, but inside guarded cells. And it's often the case, people go, but it's a collaborative robot, therefore we shouldn't have guarding around it. The question comes back to, but why? Why have you done that? And it's one of which, at the moment, the programming platforms seem to be the tick box. The ease of programming on a collaborative robot is different to that of an industrial one. So their different skill sets are able to start being involved in robotics. Okay, you're not needing high-level programming, you're not needing high-level integration. You're able to, in some cases, teach yourself. Okay, and it's great, but it still comes with some risks around that. Okay, because we're now saying that we've got this ability to allow somebody who is not necessarily quite as skilled as a traditional robot programmer, but therefore that risk then increases a little bit. So coming back round to the training, it's understanding what the training needs are to understand how that process works, what the differences are in around it. Okay, and by putting it in a guarded area, there's nothing wrong with it. People do it. Okay, why? Generally health and safety. Some health and safety on sites, regardless if it's collaborative, regardless if it's safe, health and safety on sites are just looking at it and saying it's still a robot and therefore we must guard it. They've not understood the collaborative element around it. They've not understood the validation processes to put that justification in place to say that we don't need the guards. Okay, so back to the application, back to the analysis, we'll be able to determine which way you go, whether it's a cobot system unguarded, it's a cobot system guarded, or do we scrap the pair of them and we revert back to the industrial side of stuff?
So, on the skills and knowledge gap, we see cobots typically be seen as an off-the-shelf solution, as off-the-shelf item. As Matt mentioned, they're increasingly becoming easier to program, so people really like that, but that does have a negative effect. And often the relevant standards are either they're not aware of the standards that they need to satisfy, and they're infrequently used because of that. So that knowledge gap, making sure people, if they're doing a collaborative robot, they're not just referencing 10018, they're aware of 15066, all the methods, force and measure pressure requirements, is a real dilemma, because you get a robot and most tech-savvy people can make it do things, pick things up, but that knowledge piece around the standards and the risk assessment is really key.
It is, and one of the things that we're often seeing now is people basically taking them and putting them into use. They've self-taught, they've learned what they need to do, and they've made the application work. Whether it's safe, that's for debate. And I've seen it quite a few times, and I'm sure, Mark, you've seen it as well, where you look at a system and you just know fundamentally looking at it, it's not right, it's not safe, and we need to then sort of readdress why, you know, and it's a case of understanding. And some cases, the whole safety element around this has been missed, and people don't take it on board. And in some cases, I've even spoke to people where they're prepared to take the risk. They're prepared as a business to accept that somebody could get hurt, and they'll deal with it when it happens. What a way to run your business if you're prepared to allow somebody to be injured. The HSC are actively, you know, going around industries in different ways, shapes and forms, looking at, you know, the accidents that occur, and ultimately taking businesses to court and putting fines in place. Okay, if you do a small bit of paperwork that sort of ticks all the boxes and proves that the system's safe and compliant, you're on the right lines. Choose to do nothing, and you're opening a big can of worms that leaves you well exposed to questioning by the authorities. Not a comfortable position that any business would want to be in realistically.
So that everything pins back to that skills and knowledge gap. The more aware people are of the requirements, the better informed they are to make the right decisions. The standards are there for guidance. There is a legal requirement to comply with the regulations and the directives. So for us, the more people that are aware of that, and it's not just the need for, I guess, selling and promoting training, but it's general awareness around those standards and those requirements, the better, really, because it satisfies everybody, particularly when those installations go into end users and they're putting employees in those scenarios where they're using the cobots or robots. They need to make sure that those have been well-engineered, well-designed systems. You get that through training. Any questions?
I've got one. I've actually got about 3 or 4.
Okay.
Yesterday, Paul did a presentation, and he spoke about, he said, like, literally, there's so many new brands coming out. He said it at the end, and he said, there's that many brands coming out with cobots. And he said, there's almost a new one every week. Whereabouts do you come into the process to control that? Because, you know, that's not safe, is it? Just new people bringing it all out, and then you're saying people aren't actually knowledgeable on it.
No, you see it, as Paul said, there's different brands and they're cropping up every other week. What and where I would say we get involved sometimes is at the very end of the process, where it's already been done, and you have to sometimes be the bearer of bad news to explain to people that you're looking towards an unsafe solution, and you have to be that person that says to them, sorry, this can't be done the way you anticipated it to be. You know, that concept and design that you wanted to achieve, you couldn't have done. And one of the questions that I've faced so many times is, at what point should you have been involved? And that is back at the design stage. Being involved in the designs when it's still in virtual models, it's still CAD, it's still drawings and sketches, that's a good time to be involved, because that starts to understand the process, understand the goal of where you're trying to achieve, and then working forward from there. And then looking at what risks you need, where we need to go with it, what safety measures we need to do. And that's a good way to deal with that. Okay, so being involved from an early stage is always going to be better in the whole process.
And also as well, the standards are there to give guidance. And some people pick a standard up and they'll say, oh, it's a bit too generic. Well, that's because best-in-class technology, state-of-the-art technology, new technology, new vendors coming into the marketplace with their latest solutions are absolutely fantastic, but the standard gives guidance on how you should implement them, the guarding requirements, you know, hazards are hazards, force is force, pressure is pressure. So those standards for the guidance are there for a real solid reason, and having the awareness of those through training is the key thing.
And how do people get in touch with you? Because you say you're coming in at the end of the process. And yeah, I've got another one. And Rowan's got a question. There's a few, sorry. So how do people get it? Like, as in, are you coming in, like you just said, right at the end, but why can't people bring you in at the beginning?
That's the preference, is always to get involved from an early stage. So the moment you're starting to think about introducing collaborative robots and stuff, that's the time to start talking to us about what you're trying to achieve, and we can help support what the safety requirements are and how that looks going forward. You know, even just to point out some of the areas that you need to focus on more so to allow the application to get further into it. You know, like I say, you don't want to be the bearer of bad news at the end of it and tell them that, you know, the solution you've got works, but it's just not safe.
And do FANUC actually work with you from the beginning then? Do some of the bigger brands do that, or?
Yeah, some of the bigger brands do, some of the end customers do, some of the integrators do. You know, the more we bang the drum, the more we talk about it, the more people are engaging in the process from the beginning, rather than being at the end of it and everything. So, like everything, it takes time. The technology's new, but yeah, more and more people are getting more involved with it now from an earlier stage. Yeah,
I'm going to ask a question in a moment. Rowan's got a question, but who's implementing the key system as well? But Rowan's got a question.
Mic's on. Hello. Yeah. I'm just wondering what and as you mentioned, there's a lot more robotic systems right now on the market that are more increasingly off the shelf. It's like there's loads of systems that we've seen when we go to machine shops. And they all do very different things. They've got loads of different kinds of guarding. Some kind of, you'll get a fork truck and you'll pick it up and you'll stick it in a little slot and it fits in front of your machine, and then you might move it tomorrow to a different machine. And there's obviously a big difference between those off-the-shelf solutions you just buy. It comes in a box, you unpack it, and a standard kind of industrial bespoke solution for a complete engineering cell that might cost, I don't know, £500,000 or £1 million, or it's a big project. Obviously, with those big projects, there's a lot of standards, a lot of health and safety that's been put into it. But when you buy an off-the-shelf product, like you buy an iPhone, you assume it's CE marked. You don't have to worry about the CE marking standards for all the things an iPhone does. What are the red flags involved when people buy like one of these increasingly available off-the-shelf solutions, and what standards should they be aware of if they're buying that? Like, you wouldn't have to think about it if you're buying a piece of electrical equipment.
So when you're buying the robot, if you buy it, as you say, an off-the-shelf solution, if you buy just the robot's considered a partly completed piece of equipment. So therefore, it doesn't have at that point a definitive purpose or a use or anything like that. So you mentioned that it could be doing any number of tasks, and that is so true of any robot system. So at that point, you open it out of the box, you take it out, and there's now, okay, what am I doing with it in this application? And therefore, that's when you would then need to say, here is the risk assessment, this is my use case, this is my standards, and you build that situation and that scenario around your intended use, and then you CE mark that as a system in itself, or under the UK now, the UK CA mark of that system. And that allows you then to say, I've met all the requirements legally, I've done everything to basically the best of my knowledge, and therefore that's as good as it's going to be. The next question is going to be, though, when you take it away from that system and you move it onto this system, the use case is different. The robot's reprogrammed, get it, move it along, off it goes again. But that use is now different, so now that cell needs another assessment doing on it. And this is one of the things where I've even had a discussion this morning about this, where as it moves along, the use case changes, it really needs re-certificating along that journey. Again, if you know the use case, and there is 2, 3, 4 use cases for this system at that point, it's probably a little easier to deal with it at that point in time as an overall force solution, if you like. Where if let's say in a workshop environment, it's a CNC tending application, the off-the-shelf solution gets installed, it doesn't necessarily meet all the safety requirements. It gets programmed, it works, and then it gets taken off and reallocated, and there is a time behind that and a paperwork trail that needs to go with it. Often is the case, it gets forgotten about and everything, because it reverts back to that use case of it's a cobot and I need to do nothing more about it, which is so not the case.
And a simple red flag, because they're integrated, they come with declaration of incorporation. So they can't have completed a conformity assessment process because they're not a machine. So they can't bear any kind of conformity mark, CE mark or UKCA, as a robot or as a cobot, because they need to be integrated into another system. So there are some red flags, but it's just being aware of what that UKCA or CE mark actually means. Doesn't mean it's safe, it means it complies with something. So.
Okay, we've got one more question. We are running a little bit behind, so we'll ask this question first, and then we'll have to move on.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we do have the podcast that we're doing, and that's at 12:30. So if you would like to go on to the podcast with some of the team later, that would be great as well. So any questions can get answered that way. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Yasmin. I'm from an organisation called Made in the Midlands, and I work with a lot of manufacturers every single day. And I was speaking to Matt earlier, actually, and one of the challenges we're seeing is that many sort of SMEs, which are majority who we sort of work with, are struggling with recruitment problems and retention problems and the skills gap, as we were just discussing. So I want to know, where do you believe manufacturers should start when it comes to cobots?
It's a good question. It's looking at the tasks that in some cases are labour intensive. It's looking at stuff that involves a lot of the human time. Within business, there's a lot of tasks that are more than one person, but not necessarily two people full time. And it's looking at those use cases and saying, okay, if I have a task that, say, takes 1.2 people, that second person is not being utilised necessarily as much as they could be used within a business. So by implementing the cobot, that allows that 0.2 to become the cobot. So that only then is an individual person plus the cobot, and the second person is free to carry out other tasks as they need. But what you'll actually find is the robot or the cobot system is able to actually fill more than 0.2. So there's the benefit to that, which then frees up the other person in themselves. So the robot can do a big chunk of the tasks. The main operator, if you like, they're free to do other elements, but then just come back to the cobot at that point, just to reset it, take over the parts, move stuff away from it, reset, put new product to it, and allow it to carry on again. And it can take away the mundane, the boring elements of a day-to-day task and stuff. I've done applications where people are putting stuff into boxes and stacks of them, like you have with like the Aldi leaflets and the little leaflets and stuff. And you know, for an operator to stand there and continuously assemble a box and continuously do that, it's 8 hours, 10 hours a day is a long time, and everything, the ergonomics issues and everything else that sits with that. Where now that introduction of that cobot comes in, picks it up, and it's doing it, and it will happily do that task, and it takes away the mundane, the ergonomic issues around that from that person. So
Yeah,
cases like that are good.
Yeah, definitely. And just in addition to that, I just wanted also to know, in a lot of businesses that I've been to and visited, they don't have the sort of facilities or the people that know anything about automation. They've never worked with it before. So how do they start with that? Like, where do they go to in order to gain that knowledge for themselves in order to distribute it across their business?
That's kind of reaching out towards integrators. If they've not got that level of knowledge in-house, it's trying to find a partner that they can basically entrust with to understand the process, understand what the customer is trying to achieve, and that relationship is then built around working with them to both build the solution but build the gaps around how automation looks, what automation's about. We do see it. The skills gap is big. The session on Wednesday was to talk about partnerships and things, and trying to fill those gaps. FANUC are perfectly placed to help with that in some cases. So businesses are there to be able to help and support and take people on that journey from not really having a clue to getting to that end goal of we've got what we've wanted and it's working, and that confidence is installed. We mentioned earlier on when we were speaking about the bad projects that happen. There are, and they do, where somebody bites off more than they can chew with what's been achieved, and it just ends up being pushed into the corner and a blanket thrown over the top of it, and that was a disaster, and we're not doing that, and we're not going to reinvest in it. And if you end up in a situation where it becomes uncomfortable and the business then doesn't want to implement automation or drive forward because they've been burnt by it previously. So, putting that interest into a partner and allowing that to grow is a good way to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I mean, companies like FANUC are desperate for those inquiries because they've got all of, everyone to be able to help and back that up as well, definitely. Right, okay. Matt, Mark, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Okay, so welcome, thank you. Right, I'd like to welcome onto the stage next is Johnny Bomer from Arkwright Scholars. So welcome, Johnny. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Whew. Little sip of water. The cobots thing, I was thinking, do you know what? That reminds me of my partner, right? I keep getting lists of things to do. I don't know if you get those. I get lists of things to do. Right? I've got one at home at the moment, and that skills gap as well. The other thing I thought about that was, she folds washing, it might be a bit boring a story, but she folds washing like a military person. It amazes me. It's a skill I would love to have, but not yet. So skills gaps, as Tom mentioned in the introduction, thanks ever so much to FANUC and to the invited guests for the contributions that have meant that you're sponsoring 4 Arkwright Scholars. Interestingly, Richard Arkwright was actually considered to be the father of automation, so it's a really nice link up. So I'm going to talk to you about the Small Piece Trust. That's our main charity, and the Arkwright Engineering Scholarships sit within that. And there's quite a few slides which I'm going to zoom through because I've got lots of photos of kids in schools and stuff like that. I want to give you a flavour, take you on a journey of what we do. So I'm Johnny Bowman. That's Steve Kay over there, who's my colleague at the Small Piece Trust. So this chap here, Dr. Cosby, he invented the Small Piece Trust, fought in the war, enjoyed fixing stuff, came home, didn't know what to do, taught himself mechanical engineering, invented a small piece lathe. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of the small piece lathe. If you're, they used to be in a lot of schools, and he made his fortune. When he retired, he took a chunk of money and he created the Small Piece Trust. So we have a trust that keeps us going. And what he wanted was to make sure that young people in the United Kingdom got access to engineering information where he didn't know he wanted to be an engineer. He found out later on. So that's what he did. And then Arkwright Engineering Scholars, they started in 1991. There was a group of teachers who felt that design and technology and technical subjects weren't being properly profiled. So they started a charity called Arkwright Engineering Scholarships to focus on young people doing 2 years of activity and being sponsored by an organisation. That's what FANUC have done, along with partners here. And anything is possible when you know how, right? But with a skills gap, if you don't know, you don't know. And one of the things that we do is we're part of inspiring and engaging young people between the ages of 8 and 18 to take a career in engineering and computer science, which is pretty much what we do. Our business model is we're a charity, so we go out to industry and we look for partners, and then we go to schools and we give them free STEM days and other things. So the way it starts off is the easy entry level is a STEM club. So companies can buy those, they're £250. We find schools and we take them and say, oh yeah, this has been sponsored by, say, FANUC or whoever. We've got some of our clients here, MTA, MTC, SMC, they're all clients of ours. And we send the think kits in. That gives a 10-week STEM club after school, and it's everything you need in a box. We also do STEM days, and I'm going to show you some case studies in a second where our deliverers will go into school and will deliver to up to 60 students. They'll be in teams of 5, which I'll talk about in a sec. And then we do summer STEM courses. So, for example, we recently at BCU, we were doing microelectronics. We also do sustainable homes. We do about 40 courses for up to 100 students. So it's pretty big. Small Piece Trust, we've been around since 1966, and we're one of the leading STEM charities in the UK. And the Arkwright Engineering Scholarships are now incorporated into our charity, so we're one and the same. So let's have a look at some case studies, because that kind of brings it to life, doesn't it? You don't want to just hear me chatting. So imagine, right, so you're at school, you've been put into your own little engineering team, you're in a team of 5, this slide comes up, one of our deliverers is there, McLaren Racing is one of our key partners, and then all of a sudden, what?
Welcome to McLaren Racing.
Lando Norris is here, guys.
We have set you a challenge, which the team will go through shortly. It will give you an insight into what our awesome team gets up to every day. So, get designing, testing, and racing. There are prizes for the winning team. Have fun, and we hope today inspires you to consider joining McLaren one day and we can maybe win some races together. Good luck.
Thanks, Lando. Yeah, he's off now. So you can see, right, the idea is, how do we get kids to join engineering? You go into a school and say, hey guys, do you want to be an engineer? It's not the first thing people think of, right? The other thing is you say to people, what is an engineer? And they think of men, hard hats, tabards. Well, as Chloe was saying earlier, right, she's making history, right? She's changing things. She recognizes the importance of women in engineering, and we do too. So when you're on a STEM Challenge Day, as I said, there'll be 60 of you. On this particular one, they build a car, and they have to form an engineering team. They have to have a logo. They have to have a finance person, a marketing person. So they literally form an engineering company, and then they build a car, which they test on a track, like an electric car. So we talked about electrification, mechanics, automotive engineering. And then we hook it up to a leaf blower, which is actually a wind tunnel, right? And we have a force meter on it. They clip on the car, hit the wind tunnel, and then however much force is measured on the force meter shows about the drag of the car. So, and that's the sort of thing you get in a STEM day. Now, this is the actual figures from McLaren's. They did 15 schools all around their technology centre. And something that's worth noting, right, because how do we get young people engaged in engineering and in computer science and get them excited about taking part? This is how, right? We go in and you intervene at school when they're young. So 50% of the girls, so there's about 400 girls, there was about 700, 800 kids on this program. 50% of the girls would now consider a career in engineering, you know, and 63% of them as a whole. The reason that's important is if you look, I now understand engineering better at 91%. I have a greater appreciation, 92%. So they understand it, and some of them go, yeah, I get it now, but I don't want to do that, thanks. Or, I get it now, yeah, definitely. I definitely want to be involved. And this is how we build the talent pipeline in the UK, is projects like this. That's why it's so important, as Tom was saying, that FANUC get involved and bring their partners with them, because these programs do make a difference. And there's the McLaren, that's the McLaren Arkwright Scholars. And this time next year, I'll be here with photos of the FANUC Scholars, which will be fantastic. So another example to give you some story, if you like, is Virgin Atlantic. They're big partners of ours. They really focus on making sure girls get into STEM, and we've been very successful. They also do STEM summer schools, and they do Arkwright scholarships, which is why I thought a few slides would help just to make it come alive, because it's all very well talking about some of these things, but these are real people in a real school having actual experiences. So you'll see, they make a glider. So one of our STEM days is aeronautical engineering. So they have to design, build, test a glider. Then there's a final event at the end, who can go the furthest. The thing with the competition in the school is, it's not just how far your glider goes, it's how did you work as a team? How have you done your costings? How actually well built is it? You know, so there's all these different elements. So what tends to happen is, and this happens a lot, a team of all girls usually wins. And part of the reason that seems to happen is because they all talk to each other before they start, right? The lads go, whoa, start making it. But what they don't do is think, okay, what's our design process? So interestingly, girls win a lot because of that reason. So it's all about building skills. So you'll see here the Skills Builder Framework. If you've not come across that and you work with any young people or you're working with apprenticeships, I would thoroughly recommend the Skills Builder Framework. It will be coming through your HR departments, CIPD sponsored, government backed. This is an excellent skills development framework. That's embedded into our program specifically for that reason. It's a competency framework that goes from 0 to 15. It's superb, but it's embedded into all of our programs. So you're not just doing a bit of making, you're learning skills, but you're knowing what skills you're learning, which is key, right? Building the talent. Sorry, do you want me to go back? There you go. Got it? Good man. So teachers' perspectives. Teachers absolutely love it, obviously, because we come in and we do a whole day of activities which engages and inspires people. As sponsors, you get to take part, and Virgin Atlantic take lots of their staff to the summer school, which is here. There's the end of the process photo. And you see that 96% interest in engineering increases, right? So these interventions, they work, but it's not cheap and it's labor intensive, but it does work. And when people say, well, what are we going to do? Where are we going to find the next level of talent from? You know, like Tom was saying, well, you know, we want to automate, so we take the dirty, difficult jobs away. But those digital skills that are required, where are they coming from? Where's that development? And it's great that the MTC have got such strong programs. And we are good in the UK at this, but we need those 9-year-olds, those 13-year-olds to be going, do you know what? I want to be involved in additive manufacturing. You know, that's not a phrase you hear from many 12-year-olds. But when you start thinking, okay, we were at the Design Manufacturing Centre in Silverstone recently, and they were talking about printing limbs up in space. Have you heard this? So they're now going to be printing limbs up in space because it's in a vacuum, it's a sterile environment. And when you start talking to kids about stuff like that, it's exciting, it's interesting. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. What, I can be like hands-on with a robot? Yeah. But this is where it happens, right? You get them in a space where they can be. So Connect Day, FANUC's going to be doing one of these. A Connect Day is where we invite, there's 6,000 scholars gone through the Arkwright Engineering Scholarships, and there's currently about 400 in the cohort, and they will all be invited to come to an event here on site to interact. There'll be between 20 and 40, so they're limited. But the Arkwright Engineering Scholars are a wonderful group, and they always enjoy these interactions. Right. So the partnership with FANUC, how's that going to work? Well, fantastically, thank you again for the sponsorship opportunity and the 4 Arkwright Scholars that will come through. So what will happen is, in January, the scholars basically will start the interview process, and in April, and let me just rewind. So, if you want to be an Arkwright Engineering Scholar, it is one of the most difficult things to get into in this country. It is the #1 scholarship opportunity for engineers, and in order to do so, your school has to become an Arkwright school first. Then your teacher has to spot you and say, that person is exceptional, I think they should apply. Then they have to apply to see whether or not they can join the process. If they get to join the process, then they come along to a UK university and they go through an interview with UK engineers. So if any of you are interested or want to be involved in the process of enabling young people to become the best they can, chat to Steve and I. We're always looking for interviewers as well as sponsors, people to support the process. So once they get through the interview, if they do so, then that's mediated by UK Engineering. Then they become a fully fledged scholar. They have to do an aptitude exam, before that. Aptitude exam, if they pass that, they get to the interview stage. If they get through the interview stage, they become potential scholar. Then we look for a sponsor for that scholar. And we'll be working with FANUC in April to look at their fresh set of scholars. So if you're here next year at this point, I'll be introducing you to them. So you'll see here they go to basically in the IET in London. We were there just last week, and it was their main awards ceremony. So everyone comes up on stage, and you're with people like BAE Systems, Thales, Leonardo, Virgin Atlantic, McLaren, MTA. So it's that kind of UK engineering firms that's supporting us, and it's really well received. And 38% of the Arkwright Scholars this year are girls, which is such an important stat in terms of bringing young people, young females into the engineering industry. And this is Beth here, who's been really successful. And yeah, so we're really proud and we're really pleased to be able to come here and chat to you. Thanks ever so much for listening. And there's just a few more thumbs up. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions at all? I just find it so interesting. I really want to do a video with you and talk to you personally, just from our perspective, because we're a voice in the metal cutting industry, and speaking to yourself, I just love hearing women in industry, and it's great. So it's an absolute pleasure to meet you and have you here on the stage. Any questions online or anything? And then we'll go. No? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Hello online, by the way.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Johnny.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Okay, so I'm going to welcome onto the stage, next up is Patrick Daniels from WorldSkills UK, preparing young people for the future. Also, Patrick, at 2 o'clock, I believe we're going to be showing everybody an activity that the WorldSkills students had to qualify to do to get into the WorldSkills.
Yeah, that was for the qualifiers, yeah.
For the qualifiers. So at 2 o'clock, if you're watching online, you'll be able to see. Can you just give a little bit more of an intro into what it is that they had to do, and so everyone can make sure they're watching at 2 o'clock?
Yeah, so I'm going to go through the competition cycle, and there's a whole series of stages that you have to take part in when you go through the competition cycle. Typically, it takes a year to complete.
Wow.
So you start off at the beginning, you have to go through the registration process. There's an entry assessment that you do to make sure that you're up to standard. It also gives you a sense of, you know, what you're letting yourself in for.
Oh,
and then you can go through to the qualifier stage. You get through the qualifier stage and you can take part in the national finals,
right,
which are taking place.
Right, and there's an activity at 2 o'clock, which everyone can kind of watch, or you can get involved in here as well. Right, I'll hand it over to yourself then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so actually it's a really special time for WorldSkills at the moment because we're just in the middle of our international competitions. Typically, the international competitions take place every 2 years. The competition was due to take place in Shanghai in 2021, but there was a little thing called a pandemic, so that was delayed until 2022. Unfortunately, that couldn't go ahead as planned, but the international competitions actually took place from October, and rather than taking place in one country, they took place in 15 countries. They're still in the process of taking place, and actually there are 2 competitions that are taking place in the UK, in Wales, and tomorrow is the closing ceremony for the 2 competitions. So that's aviation and the manufacturing team challenge. So yeah, what I wanted to talk about today was really about how we go about inspiring young people to get into engineering and manufacturing. And so we do that through, we work with employers, we work with educators, but I think fundamentally it's about the young people that we want to encourage and get involved. For us, it's really important that the big word there is prestigious. So we want to make people really have a sense of what they can achieve, get ambitious, see hands-on what it is all about in terms of the different skills that we promote. So the international competitions that are taking place at the moment, we've already had a number of successes in terms of medals. We got a bronze medal in Industry 4 and a number of other medals. In total, I think at the moment it's around 13 medals, which is absolutely incredible when you think there's over 50 countries taking place. So it's great to be able to literally fly the flag and say that the UK is there when it comes to promoting these range of skills. And so I just want to show you a little clip, a little video of what is currently taking place. So just a few weeks ago, the robot systems integration competition was taking place, and it was taking place in Luxembourg, and the UK was represented by Cameron and Adam, based in Northern Ireland. It was amazing to see this competition taking place with all the sort of uncertainty that we were going through, to actually get it to this point and run it in Luxembourg. It was organised in a very short space of time, but that was a huge achievement. It was great to see Cameron and Adam, who've been training and working so hard to get into Team UK and to represent our country there. So this is the medal table. As I said, we've got 13 medals at the moment. That will be complete by the end of November, so we'll know the final score. But you can see that across the range of different skills, the UK is doing really, really well. And it's super to see that progress. So what do we do with the competitions? Obviously, it's a great opportunity to showcase what we're doing in terms of us as a country. But out of this process, out of the competitions, the young people who take place typically go on to become role models. So they become champions who can talk with other young people, advise them, give them information, and just demonstrate that it is possible, and to give young people a sense of what their opportunities are. And there's nothing better than hearing it from people that you can kind of relate to. We are running increasingly all kinds of tools and support for people taking part in our competitions. So that includes tools that help people to benchmark themselves against other young people around the world. And so we've got this relentless focus on standards and helping people to see beyond just achieving competence, but thinking about what excellence is, what does that mean, and how can I attain it? And so what we're doing with these competitions, and particularly going from the national to the international, is helping to demonstrate what those things are. As the previous speaker was talking about, fundamental to this issue is focusing on careers, and we need to be able to relate the skills that we're talking about to the future careers that kids who are now in schools, helping them to imagine what the possibilities are. That's a big part of what we're doing. We're putting a particular focus on that at the moment in terms of what future skills are around. And this is what we're doing at the FANUC Open House. It's an amazing opportunity to demonstrate and get close up with the technology and start to imagine ourselves in terms of what we can do. And so we've developed these resources that help take young people through a series of different stages where they find out about what's happening in different industries. They hear from young people who are new entrants into the industries, finding out about how they got involved, whether that was work-based or college-based, finding out about their particular pathway that they took. And then what we've been doing as well is helping teachers to integrate this careers education into the curriculum. The feedback that we got from educators when we were looking at our careers resources was that there's becoming less and less time for educators because of the pressure around the curriculum to fit standalone careers education into the work that the school does. And so if we can help them integrate it into the curriculum, it's much easier for teachers to talk about careers just as part of the natural flow of their teaching. And so one of the things that we did, we developed this resource around promoting additive manufacturing, and more and more schools now have a 3D printer, but we want to help them imagine the possibilities of how they can actually integrate that into the different design and other STEM based lessons that they're working on. And so it helps then stimulate a conversation amongst the young people about, well, you know, what is the careers that, what are the opportunities that lie behind these new technologies, such as additive manufacturing. So we work with schools. We also, key is changing the conversation around skills. We, this year, produced a report that was developed by our skills task force that was led by John Cridland, who's the former Director General of the CBI. And they were really focused on this quandary that we have in terms of policy, which is to attract the foreign direct investment, we need to be able to demonstrate that we have skills, a skilled workforce, but to be able to invest in the skilled workforce, we need the investment. And so this task force looked at some of the challenges around how we actually take that on and make progress, and looked at examples of what other countries are doing. And for WorldSkills Park, what that means for us is that we want to particularly lead and focus on STEM, digital skills going into the future when we're thinking about our competitions, how we develop them. We are working ever more closely with further and higher education, and developing partners and putting a particular focus on the standards across the world. So we're developing relationships with other countries where there can be an exchange of knowledge between that country and educators in the UK. So I just wanted to show you a particular challenge that we've got around STEM, which is that this year you can see that we had a bounce in terms of the numbers of people registering for our competitions coming out of the pandemic. That makes sense. But when we looked and analysed what people were registering for, actually you can see that the STEM skills and the digital skills are coming under pressure, and we're not making that increase that we would like to see, and that's why we want to particularly focus on that challenge in terms of how do we encourage more young people to consider careers and skills in STEM. And we can see that reflected in our competitions, and so that's something that we want to really take on. We produced a number of other reports. So this year, a report around what we need to do in terms of net zero, and also preceding that, a report around digital skills. In terms of the digital skills, what was worrying, one of the findings from the report was that there was this big gap between the demand from industry for particularly high-level digital skills. So young people were pretty confident about their foundational digital skills, but when it came to advanced skills, they were a lot less confident and a lot less clear on what their options were. We've made a lot of progress since we've published that report, which was around about a year ago. In terms of our report around net zero skills, one of the interesting findings there was that young people knew about green technology, but they didn't really understand what the skills were that were associated with that. And actually, that's reflective of the wider debate that when we're talking about green skills, green jobs, there's a lot of, there's a lack of clarity about what we're actually talking about. And so that's one of the things that we really want to address, is help young people understand exactly what the opportunities are around net zero and how that relates to the sorts of skills that they can learn. So yeah, I started off talking about the competition stages, but just to cover very briefly the journey that a young person goes through when they take part in our competitions. Typically, they're involved in pre-competition activities. So that's all sorts of things. That could be competitions between colleges. It could be local competitions that they're involved in. Might even be competitions that they were involved in at school. It's interesting, the previous speaker talking about challenges at school. There's more and more kind of competition-based, challenge-based education taking place. The next stage is the registration and what we are calling the entry stage. So that's where young people can demonstrate their ability. They go through to the qualifiers, and then the finals, which are taking place in November. So that's up to national finals. That's typically a year. And then from the national finals, we make a selection of the young people who have achieved really well in the competitions in that year and go through to take part in squad and the Team UK. So that's just to give you a sense of that progression, and to get from pre-comp to Team UK, that's normally a number of years. So I just want to show a clip from a video that we did with some of the apprentices here at FANUC who were taking part in the competition here.
Working with your teammates to push myself was an incredible experience, and I encourage everyone to join the WorldSkills UK competition as well. You are competing with all of your colleagues of your same age. You are learning so many things, and you're pushing yourself a little bit further.
What made me want to enter WorldSkills UK this year was that I think it's just a good way of putting your own skills to the test, you know, competing with other people who are in the same field as you, and then also it's just a good opportunity to learn new things.
I would recommend WorldSkills UK to other young people because of the various skills you learn in this competition, from the soft skills, that's really important, teamwork and communication, to the actual technical skills that the competition is about.
So, yeah, so what we were hearing was that actually one of the interesting things about taking part in the competitions is that young people go on a journey and discover the sorts of things that set you apart when you're an apprentice. If you can not only demonstrate you've got the technical ability, because that's what everybody has, but if you've got those kind of skills, those core skills, might be around decision making, might be around problem solving, might be around sort of thinking laterally, might be around communication, all those kind of wider skills, that's what kind of sets you apart. And a lot of employers that we work with say that, yeah, those are the things that they're looking out for as employers, because those are the things that set young people apart. And I think that's one of the sort of paradoxes when you're talking about automation. You think first about the kind of the technical skills that you want to see, but actually if you want to kind of progress in the field, you might be getting into, say, managing a team that are leading on the development around automation. And so you're going to start to need those kind of core skills, and those core skills are the things that are going to set you apart. And when you're taking part in a competition, often those are the kind of things that really sort of help to set certain competitors apart. It's not just that they understand the sort of the technical challenge, they also have a sense of that kind of those broader skills that you need. And it was interesting that some of the apprentices from FANUC were mentioning those kinds of things. So yeah, another thing is demonstrating that taking part in the competitions helps to create increased productivity, something that the employer gets back from all that investment in time in letting their apprentices take part in the competitions. When they come back with increased confidence, increased skills, that then helps improve the productivity of the companies. And also that sense of being able to benchmark where you're at, think about where you want to get to next, is super important. And so I just want to end on this wider challenge around education and what we're doing at WorldSkills to really help support the development of the workforce in education, to help develop resources around developing CPD, in terms of transferring the global best practice I was talking about before, where we take best practice from a competition, a different country, and relate that back to how that might be integrated into the UK. Think about the different standards and where we need to get to as a country. And then finally, in terms of running workshops that can help cascade this sense of how you make the jump from competence to excellence. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Does anybody have any questions? Right, we have had one come in online as well. So the question online is, it may be on the screen down there, but what are the requirements to enter the robotics competition?
So it would be best to talk directly with FANUC about the specific requirements. There's over 60 competitions. So each competition has different requirements, different technical requirements. So it's best to talk to the organisers of that particular competition. In the case of industrial robotics, that's FANUC. So it's best to contact FANUC directly about the requirements. But what you need to know is that the registrations take place from typically end of February, March. So you need to be thinking about, in terms of preparing yourself, thinking about what your requirements are, whether you meet the requirements for that particular competition that you want to get into. You need to start thinking about it now, because it's just the beginning of 2023 is when we start off the competition cycle for the new year.
I've got a question as well. There was a slide, probably 5 from the end. You had a triangle, and on the top there, at the very top, it said something like 100. I don't know if you could go back to it. Can you go back on the slide? It was, sorry. There. The squad team development and 100 plus number of competitors. Where are they going? Where are you seeing these competitors now in industry? How long has WorldSkills been going?
So WorldSkills started off in the 1950s.
Wow.
But there's been a lot of sort of development of WorldSkills, I'd say, over the last 10 years. We've actually done a piece of research internally because we were very interested to see what ex-competitors have done and where they've gone to. It's going to be published soon, but we actually looked at data from the government, which helped us kind of track back, and we surveyed a number of ex-competitors who took part in competitions 10, 15 years ago.
Right.
And we saw where they were, and happily for them, and most importantly in engineering, anyone who was involved in a competition in engineering saw that they had, it was a statistically significant increase in their salary. So there is a demonstrable link there. In terms of the research, there's all sorts of caveats to that, but that was a really sort of promising demonstration of what we talk about a lot, which is that if you want to develop in skills, it's a long process, and that you should have a sense of investing now for that increased productivity, those increased results, 10, 15 years down the track, and it is worth it. It pays off in the end. And
do you think the young people are looking 10, 15 years in advance, though? I know when I was, 20, and I wasn't thinking, oh, goodness, where am I going to be in 10 years? I was thinking a lot more short term.
Absolutely. No, if we all think back to when we were that age at school, thinking, what on earth were we going to do with the rest of our lives? Very few of us actually have a sense of, well, by the age of 60, I will have achieved X, Y, and Z. Some of us do. We have a very kind of clear mission, but most of us, I think it's fair to say, don't. And a large part of that is because we don't understand the opportunities and the possibilities. And actually, we don't want to be encouraging young people to do that. We want to give them a sense of the broad range of things that they could do before they kind of lock in and say, that's exactly what I want to do. Because most young people, they haven't had the chance to see all the different things that they can do. And that's our worry, I guess, when we were looking at getting increasing number of young people considering careers in STEM, that too many young people are kind of counting that off. They're not thinking really about the huge opportunities that you can see when you come to a place like FANUC. Yeah. You can start to see, it broadens your horizons. So that's the kind of the technical answer, but I think emotionally what we're trying to do, because I think when you're, you might not know technically how you're going to get somewhere, but when you see your peers or other role models achieving, you can respond to those emotions. And when you saw that film at the beginning where you've got like the young people achieving, getting the medal, it's like a culmination of so much work that's gone on in the background. You can't see that, but you can see it written across that young person's face. That emotion speaks louder than words, and I think like we need to be able to talk about careers in a kind of an emotional way.
Yeah.
And maybe we're not used to talking about engineering and manufacturing with emotion, but maybe that's something that we need to learn.
You've kind of hit the nail on the head there, because my next question would naturally be, is there a particular person that you can tell us that, if they've gone through WorldSkills and gone into engineering, is there like a big brand that they've worked for? Is there a big company that they're like a real success story? Because that's where we would then connect and go, wow, they started here and they've done all of this, but now they're there.
Yeah, so that's where the role models kind of come in, and they help to explain how, you can't have like one sort of set answer to everybody. You need to hear everybody's sort of story. They've each got different challenges that they were facing and overcoming. And when you put those stories together, it's incredibly compelling and a really, really strong way of advocating for these careers. And that's what we're looking to do, working with the young people who've kind of gone through the competitions, have achieved, and then want to share that with other young people.
I'm sure we'd love to hear some more of those, like those role models that you're talking about. Essentially, that's what they are, they're role models. I think we've just had another question coming online. How do I register?
So you register online through the WorldSkills website. You can kind of sign up now and get on our mailing list, and you'll get information about how to register nearer the time.
Okay, any questions from the floor? Because we've had another question come out. No? Yes, brilliant. We'll get a microphone over to you. I'm just going to ask this one question, and if we can get a microphone over to this gentleman. The FANUC competition between apprentices worked for a big company. What if I've only got 1 or 2 apprentices?
So it doesn't matter. You don't need to be from a big company. So we have small organizations, big organizations, big employers, small employers. Yeah.
Okay, and just register
and you just
online,
register
on the website. Okay, please, thank you.
Hello, thank you. Mehmet Karamanoglu from Middlesex University, but I also wear a different hat. I'm actually a competition organizer for WorldSkills in mechatronics and automation. Brilliant. And I just for the benefit of the audience here, I was pleasantly surprised to see one of our ex-competitors from about 9 years ago outside on the SMC stand as a sales engineer. So if anybody wants to talk to a success story or a role model, there is one just outside here. His name is Connor Bing. He's on the SMC stand.
Perfect, there you go.
And anybody interested in industrial robotics, we've also got the orchestra manager here, Rachel Kenning, who can also give you direct information about how to register and what the expectations are for entering into mechatronics, industrial robotics.
I mean, that's really inspiring. I've just asked a question and it's
it wasn't planned. I was just very pleased to see him out there.
Timing is everything. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, a few people coming in now. So please, can we give Patrick a huge round of applause? Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. you'd like to all come into the hall, come and sit down, of course. I think we've got the closing statement that's happening from Tom very shortly. So after Tom's talk, here we go. After Tom's talk, we'll be going live online. So if you are watching online, the stream will not finish. It'll happen a little bit earlier, but for 45 minutes, we're going to be doing a podcast in the corner. So if there's anybody here who's willing to go on to the podcast, talk about the last 3 days, that'd be really, really great. So please don't run away from us at all. So we want lots and lots of guests. After that, I'll be doing a 45-minute tour for the online viewers of the whole facility with Oliver. You know about that? That's a really happy face that you have. He's like, yes. So we'll be doing a tour. So if you are at home, if you're in the office, you're watching online, you're not missing out on anything because we'll literally take you everywhere. And you can too write questions in and that I can quiz Oliver on. So be really tough on him. We'd be really grateful of that. Thank you. So before that, though, I'd like to welcome on stage Tom Boucher. And if you're over there, come and sit down. There's lots and lots of seats. So for the closing statement, thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Lindsay. Come in, guys. Everybody come in, grab a seat. Plenty of room for everybody up front. Why does nobody ever sit in the front row? Come on, down the front. I've written down here good afternoon, but we've had to do this a little bit earlier. So good morning again, everybody. I think to all of our... I have to say, first of all, it does look like I've got a few pages here, but I'm going to keep this pretty quick. I've had to do it on a few pages because I've got no reading glasses, so the writing's a lot bigger than it should be. That's why it looks as if there's more than there is. To all our visitors, customers, suppliers, partners, exhibitors, online viewers, thanks for attending the 2022 FANUC Open House. I hope you've all found something here today, or yesterday, or this week, that's of interest to take away, to keep the automation, the manufacturing, the productivity discussions moving forward. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you all here this week. And a special thank you to all of the panelists, the people that were talking here. I think it's been great listening to what's been going on here, just getting that debate going forward. I think I've said it numerous times this week, but we do have everything in this country that we do need. If you've heard me this morning, you'll heard it. If you're here yesterday, you'll heard it. We have world-class everything in this country. We have world-class engineers, manufacturers, innovators, workforce, educational facilities. We have everything we need, and we just need to remember that sometimes. We need to get away from the mainstream media's only ever turning up somewhere if it's closing, not opening. We need to look at all the good news, not the bad news. There is more good news out there than bad news. Just a couple of, things to make us think about it again for going forward before we come back for 2023. We need to change the negative perception about automation. We need to get rid of this automation takes jobs, absolutely doesn't, creates jobs, doesn't take jobs. Gets rid of tasks, doesn't get rid of jobs. There was that McKinsey report a few years ago that said automation created 3.5 jobs for every job it took. I don't know if it's that high, but it is significantly more than 1 to 1. So embrace it. We can't put this automation genie back in the bottle. It's out. If other countries are using it, we have to use it as well. If we want to be competitive, we have to get everything we can as a competitive edge. We need to make sure that we get the message out on the return on investment. When I talk about education to any company to go into, if you're talking to the director level, they always believe that if I'm talking about education, that I'm talking about the young people in their building. I'm actually talking about them. We need to educate them on the returns on investments, the need to automate. They're holding the purse strings. They're the ones that are going to make the change. Some of you in this room, we need to understand. So we need to give you that information for you to be able to make that correct decision. We do need to keep upskilling the whole way through, the whole way through the country, the whole way through a company, from the apprentice to the CEO. We do have a big skills mismatch here. if I talk to a lot of companies, the reasons they're sometimes hesitant to go for automation is because they don't think they'll have the people there to keep it running, to use it, to do it. It's a lack of skill, a perceived lack of skills. But automation these days is quite easy to use, it's quite reliable, it does what it says on the tin, so they shouldn't be scared of it. And we need to get that message across that you shouldn't be scared of automation. I think we do need the government to step up a little bit. I'm certainly not making this party political, but government does have some of the keys to make this happen. Government can be the ones to join it together, but it does need everybody involved in it. Government, as I said in one of the talks up here this week that I was told off, and I said I shouldn't be saying again, is government needs to stop thinking that the only thing they've got is tax. You know, they need to join it together, and they also need to not just talk about having a strategy, they actually need to get a strategy. I don't think we've got a strategy for manufacturing in this country. I think the government believes it's only 9% of GDP, so they treat it as 9% of GDP, not what it could be. It is 183 billion, let's double it. You know, we can do it, so treat it for what it should be, not for what it is. On the robot numbers, just to give you the idea, because robot numbers are a lot easier to get than some other machines. As I said earlier on, we've got 101 robots per 10,000 workers in the UK. The worldwide average is 127. We're the only G7 country beneath the worldwide average. So we have to use what is there now to produce. We are producing a lot, but we're not being as productive as we could be. We need to be more productive. If a German worker is 30% an hour more productive than we are because of the use of automation, we can't compete. We need to be able to compete. Germany has 371 robots for 10,000 workers. We have 101. The argument earlier on about robots taking jobs that I've been asked dozens of times this week is not true. We got 3.6% unemployment, they got 3% unemployment. So low unemployment and high automation are not mutually exclusive. They can go together. We can have automation and low unemployment. I'm definitely not going to keep you long. I've got a few thank yous. First of all, thank you to everybody, all our visitors for coming in this week, all our visitors online. It's been fantastic to have you. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been brilliant being here. Please come again next year. I'd like to thank all of our exhibitors this week. We've had 40 exhibitors here this week. I hope they've all got something out of it as well. I hope you've got something out of them. I think, as I said earlier on, we've used the funds that we wrestled out of them to put towards the Arkwright Scholarship, so we can put 4 more students, 16, 18-year-olds through to enter a career into engineering through the Arkwright Scholarship to be able to learn what a fantastic career path it is. And I think we need to get that message out there, that more positive message. It came up here earlier on with some of the WorldSkills, some of the education stuff. Going through an apprenticeship isn't a bar to getting anywhere in your career. It is a really great grounding to go into a career. I started as an apprentice. I was at a business meeting down in London a few weeks ago with about 30 different CEOs of big companies in the UK, and about 75% of them had come through the apprentice route, 25% through the graduate route. So it's not a bar to getting anywhere in your career. So we need to make people know that. Thank you to all the presenters and the panel participants. As always, I think they set a really high standard again this year, really thought-provoking panel discussions. I hope that you had the chance to interact, and thank you for interacting with them. It was really brilliant. Thank you to the MTC for providing the catering as well. I think the catering is always quite good from the MTC. It's always a nice lunch to have here, so thank you very much to them for helping us again this year. Thank you to Lindsay for hosting the panel discussions and the introductions and keeping us roughly on time wherever you could. And thank you to the whole of the MTDCNC team. As usual, a very high standard of the podcast, the webinars, the tours, the everything else you've done, been online all the time. Fantastic. It was a brilliant job. Thank you again. Finally, thank you to all the FANUC staff. Believe it or not, somebody's told me that I get the bit to stand up here, but apparently there's more to do to organise these things. So thank you to all the FANUC staff who have been really heavily involved. It was a great team effort to get it done. They've done an awful lot of work. I hope you've enjoyed what they've put on here today. So thank you to those lastly. I think there is a small special thanks that I think Oliver's got down here at the front. And I'd like to thank Hara, Martine and Brooke for the extra effort they've had to put in to organising it, the extra mile. I think Ollie's got something here if you want to make your way down to Ollie. We'd like to have given out more, but apparently there's a limit to the number of last-minute motorway service station flowers that are available. This was the bit that we had to do wasn't quite as well planned as the bit everybody else had done, Ollie. Great to see you here. Thank you very much. See you all in 2023. Keep it in your diary. Make sure you come. Make sure you participate. If you're online, it would be great to come and see you next year. Come in here. Come in live as well as be online. Thank you very much. See you again in 2023.
Okay, so everyone who's watching online, you we'll pass you over to the team over there that are initially talking about apprenticeships. We've got 2 people over there who started on apprenticeships and 1 who didn't. So see if there's any controversy going on there. Also, any of you in here, if you would like to get involved in our panel discussion podcast, we're going to be doing that. Then I'm going to be taking you on a tour with Oliver around the whole facility, and that is going to be happening at 1:15, sorry, and then at 2 o'clock we'll be filming how everyone can qualify and start and get involved with the WorldSkills as well. So we'll end on that stand and we'll be having a little bit of fun. So if you'd like to get involved in that, that would be great. So please, any of you, if you'd like to be on the podcast, head over there. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of the show, everyone. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the MTDCNC podcast here at the FANUC Open House. I'm here with my illustrious colleagues here, Tom Scabala, Chloe Reeve, and we're going to be talking today a little bit about apprenticeships and upskilling your workforce, because that's the core theme of the day here at FANUC. But just a few things today, guys. I mean, we've heard from WorldSkills just now. We've heard from Tom Bushier just now at WorldSkills. We had the Arkwright Scholarship, Small Peace Trust. That was Johnny Bomer, who's going to be joining us very soon. So he'll be talking to us more about the Arkwright Scholarship Trust and what the Small Peace Trust do for schools. We also heard from Mark Staples and Matt, I've forgotten what his second name is, from Oichner Machinery and Cobot Safety Specialists, which is all very fascinating. One little interesting thing though, I saw, did you watch that WorldSkills presentation? I noticed that we got gold in cabinet making.
Really?
Well, yeah, we got gold.
That's fantastic.
It's amazing, that, isn't it? So cabinet making, maybe I'm in the wrong job. I mean, I can't do any DIY. There's no way I'd get gold in cabinet making.
No IKEA flat pack for you.
No, I'd get the wooden spoon for cabinet making, definitely. Brilliant. Just a quick one, guys. Introduce yourself. What would you get gold for if you were at WorldSkills, Tom?
Jesus, breaking tools.
Breaking, that's it. So he's the top tool breaker. I love it. Well, breaking tools, brilliant. I can be the break dancer. You can be the tool breaker. What do you do, Chloe?
Talking too much, probably.
Talking too much. Oh, I don't know. Well, you're in the right place then, aren't you? Definitely. Do you want to take over?
I'm in the right job. No, you
carry on.
carry on.
Get a coffee, right?
No, you carry on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And just to let you know, if you're interested in the WorldSkills event, the registrations are open. I think they're open now. But I think they're kind of choosing, or the registrations are closing in March. Okay, so make sure you get involved, get interested, figure out what your requirements are if you're interested in trying to help you. I was going to say entering your apprentices, but it is their choice, I guess. You want to guide them into wanting to do something like that. But it looks absolutely fascinating. Check it out on YouTube. That video was amazing. I didn't know how huge the WorldSkills event was until I saw that video.
It's huge. See, I was going to do it, but I wasn't. I'm not clever enough, but I wasn't going towards it. And it's a huge event. Oh my gosh, from all around the world. It's just, and to see the talent that's put on show is just incredible. And for people from here to be involved in it, it's such a huge statement for the UK and for the Midlands.
It looked just like the Olympics. I mean, what did you think, Tom?
Oh, it just looks incredible. I don't think I get past the email qualifier. Never mind getting.
I'm sure you would, mate. I'd vote for you, right? And we've just been joined by Oliver Selby. How are you doing today, Oliver?
Yeah, good. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So, have you listened to quite a lot of the presentations today? It's all about upskilling the workforce today.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm a huge advocate for that across the business. I work predominantly with schools, universities, colleges to ensure that we've got the right equipment, first of all, obviously in them facilities. They're now committing to that in a way that they can. Obviously, they're limited by funding, but we try and work with them. We subsidise some of the equipment we offer out to schools and universities. We obviously offer up that WorldSkills package of equipment and support to the tutors that need that, the trainer type training, to ensure they've got all the skills they need to then obviously upskill their students when they come through them different facilities.
Absolutely. And what do you think? There's a big difference between doing an apprenticeship on-site, a vocation, where your mentor is someone who has been running a machine or machines and making parts for 10, maybe dozens of years, maybe decades, and they've got the wealth of knowledge. Whereas when you go to college, you have maybe a lecturer who, there are quite a lot of, I had personally a really good lecturer at AMRC Training Centre, who'd been in production, but sometimes you get lecturers who haven't had that production experience. They might be obviously very academic, might have done their degrees, PG certs and whatnot. Do you think there's a bit of a mismatch between what kind of experience you get learning in college full-time and what you'd get if you were doing an apprenticeship and then maybe part-time at college?
Yeah, I think historically, yes. I think the lecturers typically, if you take the grey tweed jacket and with leather.
Not that we want to stereotype anyone.
No, absolutely not. But
there are some lecturers that have their baseball caps on backwards.
There are, yeah, you're right. But what you see is obviously that as soon as you come from an industrial background to go into education, you start immediately losing that kind of skill set that you've obviously grown and known in the in your industrial life. And you do see quite a few people transfer over into education, but you do start losing it as soon as you move into that setting. We're here to try and help support, obviously, keeping that education going for the tutor also. You know, they need to understand what the modern technology is to offer. You look back 5 or 10 years, 3D printing wasn't a thing. Now you can do a university degree in 3D printing, you know. So things change quite rapidly in manufacturing, in engineering, and that's something that we need to try and keep pushing into schools, colleges, universities to ensure that we've got the right skill set coming through.
Talking about new technology and things like that, apprenticeship when I did it, which was only, 10 years ago, was just in a classroom, not for the technology. Now, what is an apprentice to a company like FANUC?
Certainly they go through the theoretical kind of education in the first year, and we use the MTC as our training provider for that. And then what we get is a kind of a raw recruit, should we say, coming out after 1 year of education at the MTC, and we can then start moulding them. Mm-hmm. And it's important that we obviously put them through different parts of the business to let them find their niche and their love of what we do. You know, so we've actually now got engineers working the business for the last 20 years that have gone through apprenticeships. They're in all different types of the business, whether that's in the technical teams, in the engineering, in sales. Even on reception now, we've got business apprentices coming through that are actually learning the financial side of the business, and we have to try and encourage that even more. I think we've got now 1 or 2 business apprentices, and I think going forward that will just increase and increase as we grow our business.
I think that's a great opportunity to bring in. We're going to have a little bit of a debate later if we've got enough time between these two. I'm going to have to mediate, I'm afraid. It won't come to blows, I hope, but we have 2 people who are both very technically minded, great experience, obviously great talkers, unfortunately, for me. I'm sorry, Tom. But Tom has had a very different initial experience going into the workplace. Tom, can you explain to our viewers and the people listening to the podcast what your experience was, please?
Well, this is a bit of a long story, so I'm afraid.
We can cut it down a bit. I don't want... if you've got 2 days, I'd love to.
Wow, thanks, Rowan. No, I didn't do the apprenticeship. I didn't do any of that. I was quite lucky, to be honest. So I was a machinist for 10 years, but I didn't know what I wanted to do when I left school. I didn't really like school. So I just wanted to get out and work, and I was quite lucky in my first job because my dad worked there since he was 16, and he's just retired. He never left the same place.
Wow. That's amazing.
So he worked the same job all his life, and he loved it. So I got a job there, and then it's really weird because I met my missus, and her dad runs his own engineering company in Hellaby Industrial Estate called JKP Engineering.
Which I know very well. My nan lives near there. I don't want anyone to try and, to find out. I'm not going to tell you exactly where she lives. All right, guys, come on.
So my actual interview to become a machinist, we'd gone round for tea one night, and my missus and mother-in-law walked out, and he interviewed me at the dinner table.
Oh God!
Which
Right.
was
that's where you're like.
which
That's where
was,
you're most vulnerable. You've just had a lovely roast. You're ready for apple pie, and then someone comes in with a, "What do you want out of life? What are you doing the next 10 years?" Oh, what are you doing now?
So yeah, so I got interviewed at the dinner table, which was a bit scary, but it's one of them, isn't it? So then I started as a machinist, and again I didn't do the traditional route. I didn't start on a manual. I didn't do any of that.
No manual. We went to Colchester Machine Tools. No, the manual lathes galore. Loads of lovely manual lathes. You're like, I've never used one of these before. I'm like, what?
Didn't start on a manual. Went straight onto a CNC machine, and to be honest, without the guidance of the guy I work with, Rob, I don't know where I'd be now. But
that's a shout out to Rob right there.
Did Rob do an apprenticeship?
No, Rob didn't do an apprenticeship neither.
Okay.
So he was exactly 10 years older than me, and he'd been there 10 years longer than I had. So
he's showing his age now. He's not
a
even
big shout out to Rob, because without Rob I wouldn't know anything about CNC really. So without Andy and Laura giving me the opportunity and the chance, and without Rob spending the time, I wouldn't know anything. So I think sometimes people go for job interviews who aren't in the business or don't even know what a CNC machine is, because I didn't. I had no clue.
See, what I love there, though, is that you can pinpoint exactly the person that not only necessarily maybe inspired you, but helped you technically whenever you had a problem. And that, to me, is kind of what you call like a mentor.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and
definitely.
whether or not you're on a scheme like an apprenticeship, you still will find a mentor, and that helps you succeed.
Oh, I could literally go to him for anything. And then obviously I started on an XYZ. So he taught me all about running the XYZ, and then we got Herco. I'd never run one of them before he had. So then he took me under his wing again. So he had to teach me all that. So
Absolutely.
yeah, without
a character like that in your life,
yeah,
in your
so
career
without Rob as a mentor, and without Andy and Laura at JKP, then I don't know where I'd be now, to be honest.
Do your apprentices, Oliver, do they have mentors here at FANUC? Do they have someone that not they can follow around but look up to, and if they have any questions that they can go to?
Absolutely, yeah. So we've got a number of mentors in the different sort of departments that we have apprentices within. The other thing that you mentioned there is obviously coaching.
Mm-hmm.
We are now in a program here to try and develop some of our sort of leadership team to sort of have some formal coaching and sort of coaching training.
Yeah.
Because what we see is that as we grow and we build the business, we need to have the right skill sets within our team. And a lot of that requires kind of making sure we've got the coaches in the right place.
Brilliant, and I think it's fascinating that, I mean, my girlfriend works in the NHS, and quite a lot of her friends sometimes, one of them right now is seconded on a leadership course, and it's a 1-year course. She's a dentist. She's not doing any dentistry for a whole year, purely to do a competency and leadership course. And that is something I guess you could only really achieve in a big organisation like the NHS, where they don't need, because I mean, in JK, is it JPG?
JKP.
Sorry,
Engineering.
apologies. There's all these acronyms. In JKP, there wouldn't be the time or the effort or the resource available to offer that kind of leadership course. But it's really important if you're trying to inspire the next generation, especially, and know exactly how to do that.
But I think what's great as well, obviously I'm working on my own experience here. So at JKP there was only 8 or 9 of us, so it wasn't a massive team, so obviously everybody had to do their bit, but it was really great that we had people that, even though they were doing their own job, if you asked them a question or anything, there was never anything. They would come back and you'd get an answer straight away. And I could say that for everybody though, because that wasn't just, obviously, like, Rob's the main guy because he's the guy that taught me pretty much everything I know, but then we got like a few, we had another guy called Gary, and he was brilliant. It was just, he could do on a manual machine anything. He could set any. We never had a 5-axis.
That's why you never learnt, 'cause you had Gary.
Exactly. Don't say that.
I've got another question for Oliver. I did my apprenticeship with 3 FANUC apprentices. One of them's James Bailey,
Yep.
one of them's Monty,
Yep.
and the other one's left, unfortunately. But this was before the MTC, I think, was built. How important is the MTC, not just for FANUC, not just for other customers, but to not the villagers, but the community? Because I've been in there and it's a fascinating place with so much technology on offer, and it's nothing like the apprentice centre that I went to.
No, certainly. When the MTC was developed and formed and put forward by those forward thinkers at the time, the idea was to make sure it was always full of the latest technology. And we're very lucky, to be offered the chance to obviously deliver some of that equipment into the MTC and to keep it up to date. You know, things change over time. We know that. We need to make sure we've got the latest technology in there, such that when those apprentices do come out, they have got the latest skills and understanding of the latest technology. I'm absolutely sure that we'll continue that with the MTC, along with the other suppliers of equipment that deliver equipment in there across all different types of applications, whether that's welding, machining, all sorts of different things. You know,
like you said, keeping up to date. The industry moves so fast, doesn't it? We see things now that we would never have seen 3 or 4 years ago. So how important is it for a customer like FANUC and MTC to have communication, to have the best upskill of your apprentices?
It is massively important. I won't say necessarily we probably have as much communication as we probably should, but we certainly do have communication to ensure we get the right apprentice out the end of the scheme, you know, and it's important we have that. We feed in on a number of different levels to the MTC and to the AMTC, who provide the training for them, to ensure we actually look not only now but also for those future apprentices. So it's really important.
That's really lovely.
We've had the MTC apprentices here today, this morning, to. Oh, Oliver's going to go? Okay.
Yeah,
I was just going to ask you a question about how, just in a sentence then, please, Oliver, how do you think the whole event has gone?
Absolutely superb. The level of engagement we've had has been absolutely brilliant. The number of conversations we've had where people are able to almost commit verbally to that future business that they're going to put to us or to our partners and to the other exhibitors here. Absolutely superb. Certainly something we'll look forward to arranging next year.
Brilliant. That's great news from you. Yesterday we had 375 people here, which is a fantastic number. Great to hear. Thank you very much, Oliver. He's got to go. He's a very busy man. Thank you very much for your time, Oliver. We appreciate it. So that's fascinating. Again, a little segue into we've had a really good event.
Behind us.
We've now got this is Johnny Bomer. Hello. So Johnny, we'll get Johnny set up now. Johnny he's the partnership specialist at the Small Peace Trust, and he just gave a very good talk about Arkwright scholarships, the Small Peace Trust in general, but Arkwright scholarships specifically. Oi, here we go. There goes the microphone. Arkwright scholarships specifically. We'll just get that fixed now.
Fixed it.
Good
Engineering, by the way.
Lovely, Johnny.
That was fast.
Quick as anything. Yeah, that's an interference bit as well. You managed to ram it in. It's like a hydraulic press his arms there. He takes his suit off, it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I love it. Sorry, Chloe's having a bit of a moment here. You're right. So, Johnny, while Chloe's trying to recover herself, could you just explain to the viewers who maybe might have missed your presentation, just quickly what the Arkwright Scholarship is and what the Small Peace Trust does for schools, please?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so the Arkwright Scholarship.
If you could talk into the microphone a bit closer,
yeah,
that's perfect.
Well, yeah, I'm a bit.
If you want to adjust yourself, that's absolutely fine. We've got time.
Okay, here we go. So, the Small Peace Trust is an engineering charity. We're an education charity, and our raison d'etre really is to inspire and engage young people from age 8 to 18 to take careers in engineering, computer science, that side of things, which is why we're here actually. And that's lots of school programs. We do STEM courses in the summer, take young people to universities and give them the flavour and the experience of what it's like to be an engineer, so that they can consider that for their options for school. And so we've got like a journey. We're looking for young people that are perhaps talented and interested in becoming an engineer. We get them at school, we do STEM days, and then we lead them through to a thing called the Arkwright Engineering Scholarships, which is our gifted and talented stream. And that's for the top people, and talented-wise. But we're looking for kids that have got that spark, that are really, really interested, but might not have had the normal opportunities. and may not have family that have gone to university. And this is one of those scholarship programs that is there for everybody. And the focus at the moment is particularly on those young people that might not have had those opportunities before. So, for example, FANUC are sponsoring 4 scholarships as a result of this event today, which is fantastic. Wow. Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
Yeah,
isn't
you know,
it just?
everyone that's come along has contributed some money, and FANUC are putting their money where their mouth is, as Tom said, and are stepping in and sponsoring 4 young people. And what does that mean? Well, the Arkwright scholars basically go through a process where the school has to become an Arkwright school. Their teacher then has to spot the student in the cohort and say, "Oh, I think they're really good. I reckon they'd work well as an engineer." So they recommend them to us. They then have to take an aptitude exam. If they pass the aptitude exam, they're invited to interview. They come to an interview, and the panel is UK engineers. So it's quite a serious process, and it's usually a design and technology-based kind of project that they have to produce and explain. And if they get through that interview process, then they go into the pool of potential scholars. So we'll be working with FANUC in April when all the potential scholars come through, and we'll be looking for young people in this local area that really benefit from a scholarship. So what will they get? Well, they'll get some cash.
Oh, lovely.
2 years of,
I'm sure they'll spend that wisely. Does that go to their parents or to them?
It goes directly to them to spend on STEM stuff. So, like, let's get a drone, right? Straight away.
Fantastic.
Yeah, definitely.
Jolly, how do we get kids, like you said, from that age, or young adults, should we say, into this industry? When I went in, not only 10 years ago, it's still dirty, it's still boring. You'll be working with not old men, but that older generation of engineers. But it's not like that anymore. It hasn't been like that for the past 10 years. There's so much more that you can do. How do we get out there and make, not engineering attractive, but just like a normal job, a normal career that you can go into?
Yeah, it's a great question, actually, and that's a lot of the work we do in the Small Piece Trust is outreach, going into schools, because the biggest barrier is the word engineer, isn't it? You say to someone, "What's an engineer?" And of course, it's got the word engine in it to start off with, so a lot of people think that means oily, dirty career, like you say. I think one of the great things that's working well with young people at the moment is going into places like coming to FANUC. As soon as you walk in here, it's like being in a space age environment, isn't it?
It's a lovely show.
It's a fantastic place.
It's all glass and robots.
Yeah.
So it could be better than that.
But it's so clean. I mean, it's white walls, it's clean. There's no cobwebs anywhere. It's like, even though, man, you'd never get to that ceiling, would you? You'd have a jetpack to get up there.
Absolutely.
Get your
drone out, yeah.
Get your drone with a broomstick attached to the
There's no dust anywhere. It's super clean, and the digital skills is so important now, and I think it's these transferable skills that young people have, often from using being or wanting to be influencers, right, making TikTok videos and stuff, and the editing process, and that kind of, they're really important skills that are transferable into the workplace, right?
And that's what I find fascinating, is your focus on not only the mechanical and electrical side of engineering, it's computer science. I mean, quite a lot of the colleges that we see, it's generally you get a machining apprenticeship, a maintenance apprenticeship, and a tech support apprenticeship. And tech support is normally kind of CAD/CAM and helping clients, and design engineering, sitting on a computer, but it's not knowing how a computer works. And where do you think that fits in? There seems to be a bit of a big gap between people who make software and people who make mechanical, electrical products like these. Why do you think there's a gap, and do you think there is a gap even?
Well, I think they're two very different disciplines, aren't they? And if you're going to get hands-on with a lathe, that's where Cosby Smallpiece, who invented our charity, he started by making a lathe, and that's quite a long way from cyber security, which is probably the biggest issue in manufacturing at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Industry 4.0, great, but oh look, someone's stolen all our stuff, but keeping a workspace safe, I think that's where the real computer science growth area is. And we run cyber forensics classes at schools, and actually the Small Piece Trust is the pastoral provider for the National Cyber Security Centre's Cyber First program. And if you haven't heard of that, anybody listening, Google Cyber First right now, because if you're in year 8, year 9, year 10, you can get 5 days training from the services, from the government on how to hack your computer. You'll be able to get into your parents' computer on day 2.
Wow. Fantastic. That's exciting. If you look at, I don't personally, but if you read some articles on, there's like some IT blogs online. They'll say there's quite a few versions of Windows, for example, that you can break into, because you've got a little
100%.
USB stick with a little executable on it. When you boot up, it just breaks you into admin rights. And there's a lot of, I mean, if you look at some machine tools, machine tools will run on Windows. I mean, some use Linux, some use FANUC use a kind of more firmware-based system. But there's a lot of operating systems out there right now, and there's a lot of problems that right now kids could be breaking into a CNC machine right now.
We're not promoting anything like this.
Not.
Can I just say that?
No, thank you, Chloe, for being for keeping me on the lead.
Balance.
If I get my computer hacked now, Rowan, I'm blaming you.
It's not me. It's not me.
There is a question.
It was that robot right there.
There is a question I'd like
That's
to
right.
ask you, Johnny. How do we make apprenticeships more attractive to companies? Because sometimes you go in there and you think, oh, I don't need an apprentice. I'll just employ somebody. And they kind of shy away from it. But there's obviously grants that can be given by the government. How important is an apprentice to a customer?
I think apprenticeships are absolutely vital for the future of the UK economy, because the great part of it is you earn while you learn, and I think the skills development that the WorldSkills chap was talking about earlier, that it's absolutely critical that those skills that are being developed are fed back into the industry. And I thought the WorldSkills presentation was excellent. And if you didn't see it, definitely go and look WorldSkills UK up, because it's fantastic. But I think to answer your question, it's that balance between earning money and developing skills in the workplace that are transferable is absolutely pivotal to the future of apprenticeships. And I think the government really needs to step in and push it hard.
Hopefully we'll stay. The government will kind of stay the same for the next couple of months. But I completely agree where you're coming from. Obviously, at school it was go to university, get your degree, and the apprenticeships were kind of under the carpet. So it's so great to have you here, Johnny, to shout and sing about it and be in collaboration with this open house, because it doesn't get shouted about enough. It really doesn't.
Oh, it's great! It's great to be here, to be honest, because this is where industry comes together. This is where great conversations are had, and it's an influenceable moment, isn't it? And so I'm really glad to be here. I would just say degrees do have their place, though, and I think education, it depends on you as a learner. I think is an important distinction. But apprenticeships need more investment, more time. Definitely, especially in this area, manufacturing, 100%.
Absolutely. I mean, engineering. I think we went to a German company last week, and I'm just one more point. We've got a guest to come on. It's Ian Pettit from Moller Engineering. He'll be on just in a second. But just one more question, Johnny. We went to a German company, and there was a big, beautiful machine tool. The guy who was running it, he had clean overalls on, beautiful, clean working area. He had a nice desk. You know, the really fancy of drawers and stuff for all his personal stuff. All the tooling was set out for him. There was not a speck of grease on anything. Yeah. And yet we go to engineering companies in the UK, which are fantastic technically, but there's not as much emphasis placed on just making it a nice working environment to be in. And I think that's more of a cultural thing do you think it's a cultural thing that might take dozens of years, even decades to try and change?
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I was at the Design Manufacturing Centre in Silverstone, and I don't think I've ever seen a cleaner place in my whole life. It was better than my lounge.
They do exist. There's one here.
It's definitely up there. 100%. FANUC is super clean. I'm impressed. But I do think that actually in the UK we have got it. I think, and I think some of the things that Tom was saying earlier is just not enough people know about it. And I think part of our job as a charity, working in education, working with young people, is to make sure they understand that actually a career in engineering is a career in high tech. This is, the UK's world leading.
Absolutely, it's exciting.
And it's clean.
If you're interested in any computer science, cybersecurity, engineering, mechanical, electrical, check out Small Piece Trust. If you're a teacher, can they get in touch and try and get you guys to come in to give a talk?
Yeah, please do. smallpiecetrust.org.uk.
Brilliant. And that's it. Thank you very much, Johnny Bowman.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Cheers. And we've now got Ian. Is it Ian Pettit? Ian Pettit, very much. Thank you. If you'd like to come and join us on the side here where Johnny was.
I'll try not to break the mic this time.
It's Mr. Mic Drop over there. I just want to do a last little mic drop before we finish, but he's already walked off. Okay, sorry, it's my fault. Brilliant. So we've got Ian Pettit from Moller Engineering. Ian, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Brilliant. So if we could talk into the microphone, that'd be fantastic.
That's fine.
So could you introduce yourself and who you represent and what you guys make, please?
Yeah, I'm Ian Pettit. I'm the MD of Moller Engineering Limited. We actually make a range of deep hole drilling machines for various different applications for oil industry, for gas, for automotive, medical, all sorts of things that people need holes in, deep holes.
Deep hole. Okay, brilliant. So are we talking like gun drilling? Or what
We
kind of-
are
what kind of
talking gun drilling, yes. We tend not to use that word because it
No.
tends to frighten people.
Yeah, it does sound a bit scary, doesn't it?
Yeah, we use the word deep hole drilling.
Deep hole drilling, but
where
it's
we
very
can.
special because those are driven tools that you can kind of almost guide while they're drilling the holes, right?
We'd like to think we can guide them.
Is it a bit of a black art? Is it one of those things you need to have a lot of experiential knowledge about?
There is a fair amount of knowledge and tooling that you actually need to know. Knowledge about the tooling, knowledge about the actual process to actually get the very best out of the job. It's not something you can just wind up and do and, oh, look, it's got an accurate hole and it's fantastic. You know? But the machine makes a lot of difference as well. So geometry of the machine, the type of pumping systems and stuff like that on board.
Okay.
Really makes
Sorry,
a
we're going
difference.
for a bit of a tangent here, but I'm fascinated by the technology.
I've actually met Ian before, didn't we?
We did, yes.
I think it was early in the year, or maybe last year. I really can't remember. Me and Lindsay and Chris went down to do a case study with Ian, and that system that's now left, isn't it? Where did it go?
It's in China.
Yeah, it was just incredible. So, could you tell us a little bit about what that study was?
I mean, that was our very first FANUC loaded cell that we'd actually made complete. We've sold many machines that have been auto-loaded. Customers have done their own thing, but this customer chose to actually make us do the whole thing. So we supplied the entire package, the loading, the robot, the software, all driven up by an ERP system, etc. So, yeah, I mean, it's producing parts for the automotive gearboxes, for hydraulic gearboxes. So
Is that tending a CNC machine then? What's it
the,
like?
the
What's
machines
machine
are
loading?
three separate CNC deep hole drilling machines, 3 spindle machines.
But have you designed those CNC machines themselves as well?
We designed the machine, we designed the fixture,
Yeah.
we designed the process, the input and output trays, all the logic and everything else that was on there was from our company.
Fantastic. So it integrates with that company's ERP system.
Yes, it does. It goes all the way up through the SCADA
So
system.
the customer will raise a work order. They'll say, I need
Yeah.
50 of these part
Yeah.
ones. It'll chuck it into the... That's fantastic.
That's right. And not only that, it actually tells them how much it's actually costing them to make.
Oh, I mean, because that's one of the big problems in especially subcontract manufacturing, but general manufacturing is actually costing the process from one part coming in as billet and then going out.
Yeah, this is the Industry 4.0 stuff. I mean, effectively, they specified it with some pretty interesting bits of kit, some of which we hadn't actually fitted before.
So why did they specify that? How come they had that
Well,
knowledge field
they're
to-
a big company. They're a massive company. They're part of Great Wall Motors and one of the largest car manufacturers in the world. And basically, they know what they're doing. They've got a lot of people that also know what they're doing. And you know, I know it's China, but that doesn't mean to say they still need to know the cost of the part. And if one machine is out of whack and producing, 10 pence more per part than the next one, why? And,
Absolutely.
They've got power monitors on the machine that'll tell them absolutely everything. So
That's brilliant. And just out of interest, so I think it's fascinating that you're all selling a bespoke solution to is it a Chinese company or it's just that the factory is based in China?
it's a Chinese company.
And
yeah.
they go for British-made engineering products.
They did.
So how come they've chosen that rather than keeping it in-house?
Well, I mean, they've got options for their own brands of machine tools over there, but they're just not up to the same standards that we deliver. And we actually have a slightly more cost-effective solution than some of our competitors in Europe, but we have the same sort of technical prowess that they have. So, we sit in that sort of interesting zone where it's not quite so expensive, but you get a really good stuff, and it's reliable. It's got FANUC all round, so there's it's almost bulletproof.
What's your relationship with FANUC, Ian? How long have you been working with them?
A long time.
Yeah. So it's not just this concept that was made with FANUC. You've been working with them for
No. We've been working with them for a long time, and we do have a good relationship. I mean, there are times when we have fun together, and there are times when we don't have so much fun.
I think that's with every relationship, isn't it? Yeah.
But yes, and typically speaking, it's a really good relationship, and they support us very well. If we got an issue, they're trying their best to try and resolve it.
And that's something we hear time and time again. Just out of interest, Tom, have you got any questions for Ian to ask about the system? I mean, I find it fascinating, in fact, they're exporting to China.
Yeah, it's great because it's normally...
The other way around,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
normally stuff from China coming to us, so it's nice that we're actually going that way as well.
Well, we go in every direction, so we typically go north, south, east and west.
You're all here and there, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, we supply to Volvo and DAF and
all
Scania
big automotive
and,
suppliers.
Yeah. And we supply to North America. I've got one company with probably 600 spindles in one shop.
Wow.
Absolutely.
That's incredible.
It's amazing.
I don't know if this is a controversial thing to talk about, but the pound versus other currencies, when the pound goes down, it's not a great thing for us if we're going abroad to Mallorca or whatever, but it does make British-made products cheaper for people to import into their countries.
Does it?
I don't know. So I'm asking. I'm
not entirely. You're thinking about the pound. In other words, they're buying from us in pounds, but I also buy in dollars.
Yeah.
When it comes to buying bits in.
Right.
The cost of my
because you're
FANUC,
buying materials from outside of the UK.
the cost of my FANUC is related to the dollar.
Is it? I didn't. I see. That's interesting.
And the cost of my castings are also related to other currencies.
Right,
so
okay.
It's a right myriad of different
Is
stuff.
it? So it's way too complicated to try and
To
simplify.
wade through it is quite complex, and sometimes you have a bit of a palpitation when you think about, oh my goodness.
And that's why you're the MD, and I'm here just having a chat. Okay, fair. Well, that's absolutely fascinating. Today's core theme is about apprenticeships, Ian.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Mollart Engineering themselves. Do you have any apprentices on site?
We do. We have quite a few of them, and we actively want to encourage more. I've got a young lady that did some work experience for me a few months ago, and a fantastic young lady, I will say, and she was just amazing. I mean, some of the kids you get, they're completely apathetic. They've been told they've got to go and do work experience, and to be honest, I don't want them. But this young lady came in with a totally different viewpoint. She wanted to get her hands greasy. She definitely wanted to do some stuff. And I told her, when she's done her A-levels, come and see me.
That's really fantastic.
You're going to get an apprenticeship from me. So.
Congratulations. They're like diamonds in the rough, really, sometimes when you find
Very
them
much
like that.
so.
It's like sometimes you're doing an apprenticeship because you need to get a job and you need to earn money. So this is the only way you're doing it. But when you have people coming in who enjoy it, who put all their heart into it, and you can see that you're getting something back, that's always a good thing.
You know, you can spot people dead from the neck up, you know, and you can also spot people that have actually got, well, hang on a minute, I want to do something. I want to touch it. I want to feel it. I want to do it. And she actually did some work for us while she was there, and quite honestly, that some skilled men can't do.
Wow.
And she just got a hold of a scraper and did what we call mottling, and something which is something done in the trade. It's a finishing process on a slide to make little tiny dents in the slide to actually give oil pockets. And it's quite difficult. And it's a process which you have to hold the thing on your shoulder and give it a thump, and it makes a little seagull shape on the cast iron. And it looks easy when the men, you know, the guy that does it or the woman that does it, you know, quickly. And within literally minutes of being shown, she was doing it perfectly.
Wow.
That's
and
amazing.
I said, well, I'll tell you what, love, if you want to come and join us when you've done your studies. And I said, you know, she said, I've been told I've got to go to university. I said, well, you can. But I said, I would strongly recommend that you do an apprenticeship first. Go through your apprenticeship, and I tell you what, if you're any good, I will sponsor you through your university as well.
Oh,
wow,
that's lovely.
amazing.
Yeah.
That is a lovely story.
You know, it's diamonds in the rough, as you said.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you found her.
Well, we haven't exactly got her yet, but
No.
she's written to my production director, and she said she wants to come back for more work experience very soon.
Sounds very promising.
Fantastic. And where do you think that kind of inspiration comes from to have a dedication and a commitment to whatever the job is I'm going to be asked to do for this week or this month? I'm going to try and do it to the best of my ability, regardless of what it is.
I think it's an inner thing. I think you've got to have it within you. I mean, it comes from your parents. It comes from your people that touch your life. But you know, all told, you've got to have it in you to do it. If you haven't got it, then you haven't got it. You know, there's just people that I think, well, they're just going to go through things in life, and they're not really going to make a difference to engineering, you know. But other people, you think, wow, I wish I could harness this.
Absolutely. And thank you very much, Ian. Our next guest is standing by. It's Paul Coombs. He's going to be coming on. Thank you very much, Ian. That was lovely. We've covered a lot in about 5 minutes there, Ian. Thank you so much. Brilliant. So we've got Paul coming to just on site. So yeah, Paul, if you'd like to just sit on the chair there, thank you very much where Ian was just sat. And Paul was actually one of the engineers at FANUC here, and we saw a video just then about the WorldSkills event and the FANUC apprentices competing with each other. Paul, I think, forget me if I'm wrong, I didn't see you in that video. Were you out of your apprenticeship when when Hara was competing with, Romy was competing, was it Ethan or Evan during the WorldSkills event?
I wasn't at the MTC as an apprentice. I was way before that.
Oh, I was going to say, that's it. You've already passed out.
How long have you been here, Paul?
16 years.
There you go.
16 years. He doesn't look a day over 20, does he? Look at him. Fantastic.
No, I joined FANUC in 2006.
Did you? Oh my God, that's amazing. You'd have thought I was the one who joined FANUC in 2006 with this hairline. I mean, he's looking great. So what was your experience? Obviously, it was a while ago then when you finished your apprenticeship. But how do you think has FANUC the way they do their apprenticeship changed over those 16 years? If you watch the new apprentices coming in and then finishing their studies,
yeah, it's kind of changed, but then also done a bit of a full circle. So
if you could talk into your microphone a little bit more, please. That's all right.
Yeah, it's kind of changed, but it's done full circle as well. So when I started, I come in and I joined one department and worked through with that department constantly, and that's what I did. Then we sort of took more on, so that's one of the biggest changes. It was only one every 4 years. Then it became one every 2 years. Then it became 2 or 3.
Is that when they realised the benefits of taking on apprentices?
I think it was both the benefits and the growth of the company. So obviously there can be lots and lots of benefits, but if you can't sustain it as a company, then you can't do it. But as the company's grown, they've taken more on, got more benefit from it, and there's been more and more come through, and they've gone into different areas. But we tried doing like everyone going around the business a little bit, learning a bit about things, and then went back to that kind of style of we employ someone to be an apprentice for a particular role because we feel that works better overall. We've still got some very good people out the back of the going round. Hara was one of the people that tried a few different departments and had a hand in lots of different things before settling in where she was. But overall, we think it gives people a better experience doing day to day, every day throughout the whole apprenticeship, what they're going to become at the end of their apprenticeship.
Paul, what different sectors in FANUC can an apprentice be put in? So obviously you've got the service and support, you've obviously got applications. How many different sectors have we got that the apprentice can slot into?
So when they were going round, within the technical team, we had them working on the robots on the technical side, the application side with the robo drills. We also had them working with robot shots. So that was just for technical.
Okay.
Where they spent a little bit of time in engineering on the projects, which obviously exposes them to the mechanical and electrical sort of hand skills that you need to do, as well as the programming on the robots and installation and electrical installation. So it's a very rounded engineering sort of experience to give them. And then you also spent a little bit of time in sales as well. So give them a bit of time going around.
But that was a little bit different, wasn't it?
It was a little bit different for them, yeah.
Overalls and then into a suit.
And then into a suit. You got to comb, brush your hair, comb your hair, make sure
I think that was the first thing they were told when they go in. You need to dress nicely.
Yeah, you need some shiny shoes and not your work boots.
Greasy top, can you? Tom, just out of interest, Tom, how important do you think it is to specialise when you're just starting out in a career in a sector like this?
I think the problem is if you go, like you were saying before, if you jump from place to place and you just get bits, you never seem to know what you want to do because you're constantly doing something different.
So you think something new, I like that, I like that, I like that.
Yeah, so then you're like, oh, I'll do that, and then, oh no, I'll do this, and then, no, I'll do that. But if you just do one thing and you really love it, then that's it. You'll stay with that forever. But you could do that one thing and then go, right, okay, so I'm in sales for how many years? And I go, God, I don't like sales. But you've done that. You know you're not going to like it, so then you're not going to go back to it. And then if you then jump to something else for so many years, you go, all right, well, I really, really like that, so I'll stay there. I think if you jump around bits, then you always find the best bits.
Yeah.
You're never there long enough to get, and let's be honest, there's rubbish bits on everything, so
Absolutely.
If you just jump in bits and bits, you never get to that stage. So then you just like, oh, I just want to do everything, and obviously that's just not feasible.
So Paul, how did you pick your vocation? You specialised, didn't you?
Yes, I mean it was a little bit different, obviously the size of the company. When I joined FANUC, there was about 37 people that worked at FANUC, so there wasn't too many choices in terms of where you could go. It was just the robots engineering team, and then the PTS team and the sales team. Really, that was what you had. So I went in as an apprentice to work in the engineering team, and then worked all the way through that, and then straight out my apprenticeships when the technical department formed. So that was a new department, and I've been in that department ever since. So it was a little bit different, but that sort of grounding of doing a bit of everything, because there was less departments, does work well, and that's what drove us towards trying that. But it's still very difficult, because if there's not the jobs or the work or anything like that going on, you don't get the skills you want them to get. So it's go into engineering for 2 months and see what happens there, and then all of a sudden there's not a project on, or it's not at the right stage. They don't learn the skills you want them to learn, or now they don't want to come off because they think it's fantastic and they want to stay to the end of the project. But if they stay to the end of the project, it's 12 months, and now they can't go, and it was very hard to manage.
And that's why I think it's really important to actually consider it from the viewpoint of a prospective apprentice's viewpoint, because there's probably quite a lot of companies that will take an apprentice on and maybe don't quite know what they're getting themselves in for. It's the first time they've done it, and they don't have the right environment for that apprentice to blossom and grow. So it's really important for them to pick the right company. Obviously, FANUC is a fantastic company to choose if you can get there. But it might just be a few small engineering companies near you if you're looking for an apprenticeship. So it's all about picking the right company as well, don't you think?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you need the right people around you. It's not just about the work that you do. You need people that can teach you the skills that you need to do the job you're going to do. Not only the skills to do the job, but the sort of life skills, and in our business, dealing with customers and being customer facing and all that sort of stuff. Because it's very easy to be good at your job, but then really annoy someone because you've been a bit immature about it. We've all been there.
I dare say a few of my friends I can think of, I still don't know how to send a work email. I struggle anyway, but absolutely. But Paul, I mean, you brought up a really good point there, and one of the key themes that have been brought up time and time again on the podcast is mentorship. And how important do you think a mentor, a single person that you will, like you said, Rob, who you can look up to and ask anything you need to, whether it's to do the work or not? How important is that in a young person's life when they're starting a new job or a new career?
I think it's imperative. I think that the best apprentices that come through and have come through have had at least one focal point, if not some of them have been lucky enough to have a couple of people that they can look to, and they would still go back to now. I work with the same person from when I started all the way through my apprenticeship, and I still talk to him now and go and see him about things and whatever, just because the relationship that you build with that person, you kind of become my work dad.
Work dad, I love it. Or work mum, or work parent, I love it. That was your work dad, was it, Tom?
Yeah, I love that. I think that's brilliant. I'll call him a work big brother though. I think if I call him a dad, he'll get a bit upset.
He'll get his 10 years. It's only 10 years old. It's not quite appropriate.
It's not even influences within work either. It's influences outside of work as well, which really, from a personal side for me, was my granddad's, and they were the ones that pushed me into it. And having that family and friends to be able to push you up is great as well. So in a work environment, do you have like a family hone-in? Because obviously you need to be nice to each other to get the job done. You need to communicate.
Yeah.
And it's like coming away, this is your work family, isn't it? You need to get along. If you have any questions, you can't be scared to ask silly questions. Because I remember when I started, some of the questions that were coming out of my mouth, people looked me up and down and said, did you really just say that? You know what I mean? And you've got to be, what did they say? Can you go get a bubble for a spirit level? Like things like that, wow. Yeah. Like, and so what's the environment at FANUC? Is it a great place to work?
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is. There's lots of people around you that you can count on to go and talk to for advice for non-work related things as well. Because, like you say, work's one thing, but there's got to be a work-life balance. And sometimes if you've got other things going on, if there's no one there to support you and spot that you're not quite yourself or whatever, you can't talk to them, or they can't question you in the right way, if that's just to find out what's going on, so you can focus on the work, because work's not the most important thing in life, but we all have things going on outside of that, so you need people throughout your life, work included, that can help you through those times and just take you to the side and say, "You're all right. What's going on?"
Yeah, and you need that. And
you do.
FANUC is a big family.
You do.
And FANUC is a big family.
No, it's just really, you've really made me smile there. Sorry.
It's all right, there we go. We're laughing and crying in half an hour.
That's later, don't worry.
Yeah, well, someone dropped a mic and Chloe found it absolutely hilarious. They were just destroying the whole podcast equipment. But FANUC is a big family. And how many employees are there worldwide? And do you think that is detrimental?
How many trouble?
Just guess it.
A lot.
Just
thousands.
pretend you know.
I have
But
no
if
idea.
if you think when you started, how many people were there? Look at the growth of this company. They're doing something right.
Yeah, I think there's like 147, 150 people here now.
From 37.
From like 37. A little bit of that was aided by the merger of the 3 divisions. But even from that, the 3 divisions merged. It probably jumped from about 50 to 90 odd, something like that. But then each division in its own right has grown further on from that, and we've moved into this building as a result of the growth of the company, and it's still going up, and it will continue to go up.
It will. It definitely will.
Absolutely. And I'm going to do a little segue to robot density, something I didn't even know was a thing until about. It's sad I should have known this, but robot density is something Tom's talked about quite a lot, and we've not got very high robot density in the UK. And obviously FANUC is growing. The robot density in the UK has been growing. Do you think those two are very correlated? Do you think the upward trend is going to continue? Do you think we're looking to automate? Do you think we're going to be almost at kind of the levels of Germany or the high-tech, more high-tech states?
It'll take time to get to those levels, because even as we still continue to grow, those companies are also continuing to grow, because then they haven't reached the full potential of what they can do from an automation point of view. But there's lots and lots of industries in the UK that are now looking at automation that wouldn't have done in the past.
Yeah.
Even through, collaborative robots give us a good in to a lot of companies, because they're the buzzword and everything. They are for some people, they're not for everyone, but at least people are talking about trying to automate, and they've got a vision of what could be automated and how it could be done. So they're starting to come and talk to us and other people to get the right people in to let them know what can and can't be done. And then hopefully from that, more and more conversations, more and more automation happens, and more and more growth.
I've got a quick question. How a lot of people who haven't gone into automation, it's a huge step for them. It's changing there. And I know Tom was saying a lot of things. Robots don't take jobs. They take the tasks that are dangerous, that are time-serving, that are whatever. But they create jobs for people to program, to set. How do you get into an engineering company and not kind of persuade them, but show them that there is an easier way of doing their task?
I mean, I think there's lots of things around health and safety, quality, and all those sort of things that exist within companies. I mean, I was talking to a company the other day that they test carbide drill bits. So all they do all day long is drill tiles.
Oh, wow.
And they said it's tiring, obviously.
Of course.
So they were looking at a robot to do that. But in terms of deploying a robot to do that, they still need to program the robot to do the manual drilling task. They still need to analyze the data. They still need to look at how they can improve it. So all those different things around it, rather than the guy drilling a hole now, the guy's now looking more at the data, looking more at how he can improve the products, looking at how they can further their testing. So that person's not lost his job.
Exactly.
He's just giving himself more time to do the end result of what his job was before.
Absolutely. Everyone goes higher up the hierarchy, because
Exactly.
the lower down bits in the hierarchy. Maybe not a hierarchy, I don't know how you do it. Those slightly dirty jobs get replaced. Get given to robots instead. Which is, it's a really important fact to mention, because you still, even nowadays, even after the Luddites were obviously like 200 years ago smashing up machines, like cotton machines, and now you still got people saying that robots are going to do all these things, and it's just simply not true. And we're talking today, obviously the core theme is apprenticeships and upskilling workforce, but it's not just apprenticeships that are important, it's constant continuing professional development, which actually in if you go into to medicine, you have to do that. You have to get a certain number of points every year, or you will get struck off the register. And I feel like engineering is that kind of discipline where really, if you're designing a jet plane, you need to really, need to be on a list really of people who are competent to design a jet, not a bad list, a good list for people who are competent to, for example, or a robot or a machine tool. But we don't necessarily have that focus on the importance of the discipline. How does FANUC deal with continuing professional development? And do you think there's any examples they could give to companies and people running run companies listening to this now?
I mean, from the top, as far as a company with Japan, they employ a lot of people to do product development stuff. And I know local in the offices, we might not do the actual development of the products, but we get an opportunity to feed into all of the product development. So all of the subsidiaries can talk to our customers, our individual territories, to find out what the market needs are, how we can grow the growth of automation and everything like that to push through. So even though we're not doing the ultimate development, all of their ideas, all of the things that get us to where we want to be, everyone's got a voice. So it doesn't matter who you are. And I think as an engineer, you always want to try and make things better. And
That's your job,
it's just
really,
kind of a mindset. When you look at something, you might have done it and you might be proud of what you've done. You're looking at it and going, maybe if I'd just done that a bit differently, and then you do it better next time, then you do it better next time. So being able to have a voice, or every single person in the company across FANUC being able to have a voice into the main product development is quite good. It's quite nice. So we can make sure that the right things are there for our customers, the right things are there to make FANUC better, the right things are there to make things easier to automate.
Absolutely, it's a very good point, that. Tom, do you resonate with the idea that obviously as engineers obviously I've not been on a machine for about a year now, but as engineers we're problem solvers?
Well, yeah, definitely, and we spoke about this in a bit of detail yesterday, me and you, Rowan, when you were talking about when you're doing a job and you've got to plan that job, so if you do one side, you've got to be able to hold it to do the other side. So everything about being an engineer is solving problems every single day. So yeah, if we can use that throughout, then it's always a great thing, isn't it?
Absolutely, and you can always shave off a little bit. You can always do a little bit of optimization here. You can make it slightly easier for the user there. There's always, a question popped into my head, which is, you guys have been making robots for like 50 years, 60 years?
Yeah, it's a long time.
My brain tells me things that I shouldn't ask.
80-something
years we're making robots.
No, 80-something was when they made. Yeah,
1980. Okay, so
yeah.
we're talking 40 years. Yeah. My brain said to me, well, surely you've designed everything there is to design, right? Surely you can't make 20. I know, but I shouldn't
never designed everything.
And that's right. You can always build it slightly better.
Yeah.
Every day is what do they say? Every day you learn something different.
Every day's a school day.
Every day's a school day, and it is. And within engineering, you're never gonna know everything. Somebody's always going to teach you something different. Like when Tom was talking, the robots make the robots. Like, what? The robots make the robots, and the robots that made the robots were made by robots. So you're utilising everything. You're using your whole skill level to be able to create your part. And another thing was you're still servicing and have the parts for products that were in the 1990s, and you're still managing to go out. They're time-served products. They will last a lifetime, and that's what I really like about FANUC. Sorry, I just wanted to put that out there because it was in my head.
Absolutely. There's a great presentation by Tanzawa-san. I'm sure you've seen it. He gives it quite a lot because it's such a powerful presentation about the average robot life expectancy.
What is it?
I don't actually know. It was a very powerful presentation. I remember being shocked by it, but is it like 20 years or something like that?
It's a long. I think the R2000, which is a sort of a bit of a bread and butter robot that we do, I think the mean time before failure is 8 years.
Wow.
So.
Wow. And imagine someone doing the repetitive strain for 8 years.
Absolutely.
It just wouldn't happen, would it? You know what I mean? And the robots don't take holidays. The robots don't ever call into sick work. Call into work at sick.
There's a whole factory for testing for destruction.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's probably bigger. It's probably bigger than our building of just bits of robots, the harnesses, the doors, everything that can move, just moving cycles.
Making sure there's not a little thing someone's just designed.
Yeah, just testing it destruction.
That's great. R&D, really, isn't it as well?
Yeah, and the products that get used so much that one small little stress raiser will eventually develop a crack and eventually will fail.
Yeah.
If you just don't think about every little part of that product, it needs to be right. And that's why you can only really make a robot if you've got 40 years of experience. A robot that lasts 8 years, if you have that 40 years of experience behind you. These things are battle tested.
Oh, yes, they are, yeah.
And you've got to think of some of the industries they're going into. Some of them might be picking up little medical parts, some of them might be picking up castings for an engine. So there's so many possibilities that they can go into.
Brickyards.
Huh?
Covered in concrete.
Yeah, everything.
Literally covered in concrete. I went into one place once and they wanted to change the gripper jaws because they changed the product. I couldn't get the bolts out because I had to chip the concrete out.
Oh, wow. But that was fun.
It's a bit of Loctite in there.
I was an apprentice at the time, so I think they knew that it was not going to be nice.
We'll just send Paul.
They'll send Paul. That was it's a nice and easy one. Just change these. All right then.
That's a great story.
Oh, that's brilliant. He's fresh out of college. We'll get him on this. Don't worry about it. There you are, fresh face, just as you are today. If anyone's got any questions who's watching the podcast right now, please get those questions in. Paul is our last guest, unfortunately, right now, but if you've got any questions, get those questions in. And maybe just to kind of round off about why we are here today and for the past 2 days, the past 3 days, it's been the FANUC Open House. How do you think the event's gone?
I think it's gone really well over the past few days. The things we've done in the showroom are a little bit different to what we did last year. Last year was a bit more around having partner demonstrations in there, whereas this time we tried to focus more on the FANUC technology and put the partner demonstrations out in the workshop instead, which I think works really well because it shows people what FANUC are capable of, but we also have kept that showing people what our partners are capable of with our technology, because it's always a very difficult balance sometimes to be had to try and say, look, this is what they can do, but this is what we can do. So we try to center the showroom around our gear, but make sure that we've got all of our partners still involved to showcase what they can do, because without them, we're not much good, to be honest.
Someone described it as the robot as the arm, and it doesn't matter how strong the arm is, if there's no hand on the end of it, what can you do with it? You need grippers, you need work holding, you need guarding, there is so much, you need safety equipment. There's so much that you need alongside the robot to really make it sing.
Yeah, it's been nice walking around talking to people. I think everyone's been impressed with the types of people that have been coming as well. So it's not always about the amount of people, but you're getting the right people through the door and talking to the right people.
You're 100% right.
And there's some really impressive things going on. The micro machining demo that's
absolutely
out, I still can't believe it.
0.1 millimeter drill diameters, you can't even see with the naked eye.
I know, it's
From
madness.
ITC.
It's madness. So when you've got the robo drill out there, you've got the 3 demos that we've got, the heavy machining one on one side to the 0.1 diameter holes on the same machine. It just shows how capable of a product it is, no matter what the industry is.
Absolutely. Just a quick one, just a last question, please, Paul. What can we expect from next year? Have you made any decisions yet? Do you know who's on the committee? Do you know what's happening?
I know Brooke works very hard. No decisions been made on next year yet. I think we'll get over this week.
Get over this weekend.
Have a good sleep and then look to start planning next year. So, but it'll be bigger and better, I'm sure.
Bigger and better. Always. You heard it here first. That's it. Next year, 2023, FANUC Open House. Watch this space. You're going to be head of the committee, aren't you? I've heard you volunteered for it.
I won't be head. Brooke's always head. She knows what's going on.
Yeah.
That's it. Brooke knows what's going on. They ship you in just to talk well, don't they?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Beautiful. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Paul.
No problem.
It's been an absolute delight to have you on.
Thank you
very much.
Cheers.
Perfect. So that was Paul Coombs. 16 years he's been at FANUC. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
I did say, guys, we're going to have a debate, didn't I?
Which
we have a bit of time, but
House of Commons, let's go.
Absolutely. Well, maybe not quite the House of Commons, more like the House of.
House of
you guys are very uncommon. You guys are unusual. You know.
Wow.
Is that a good thing?
I don't know. I don't know if that's.
I'm not taking it.
That was meant to be a compliment. All right.
Thank you.
But as we described earlier, core theme is upskilling your workforce and apprenticeships. We have apprenticeship, and no apprenticeship. And I'd like. It would be nice if we could do a little machine off, and so you could make the part with the quickest cycle time. Or
I think he'd definitely win.
That's the sad thing. I think as a guy who hasn't done the apprenticeship, would definitely beat us all. We'd be doing it in 20 minutes.
I do feel a bit outnumbered right now. Let's be honest. I do feel a bit
savage.
I'd feel outnumbered.
I feel like
I'm pushed. Chloe against me, to be honest.
I feel like I'm pushed on the end of the table. I've been outnumbered.
Girl power.
Absolutely brilliant. So, no apprenticeship. It's not really a question that most kids would be thinking. They'll be thinking university. Basically, they'll be thinking, can I get into university? Apprenticeship or no apprenticeship, going into work is probably the last thing on their minds, because most people get pushed by teachers, by school, by their parents, which is fair enough, to go to university.
All they want is the best, don't they? Yeah.
Absolutely, and it's the default path. But you can go do an apprenticeship and still get a degree for free, which is thankfully what I did. I was on a higher apprenticeship scheme. So it's perfectly doable, but I mean the value of degrees is fairly it's not really debatable. A degree is probably valuable, but also so is 6 years of work experience, whereas your friends would be sat in a classroom maybe for, some people do 10 hours of contact time a week. I mean, you compare that to 40 hours in a real business, sending emails, talking to customers, getting parts out the door, Tom. If you were to, I don't want you to compare your experience with going to university necessarily, but how much value do you think there is in work experience?
Well, yeah, work experience is great, but I think obviously apprenticeships are great, and let's be honest, if I could go back and I had the choice, I'd probably pick an apprenticeship, because then you do have some qualifications behind you just in case something does go wrong. But I think on the flip side of that, apprenticeships, yeah, we need to push them, but then we also need to push people as well, just how great the industry is, and that you don't need I spoke to a few people I know who are like, oh, I want to do this job, but I need an apprenticeship to do it. And yeah, an apprenticeship is a better way in, because you get proper training and so on and so forth. But also in engineering as a general, and especially in what we do, it's not needed, but it just helps. But then the other flip side on that is, we've been to a couple of companies lately who have, we always ask if you've got apprentices, because it's always great to get an apprentice on a video to get their experience and what it's like.
It's almost like an outside perspective.
Well, we went to one place and they'd bought a brand new machine, and the apprentice was the first guy to program it.
You're right there, Chloe.
Scary.
You're interrupting Tom's beautiful monologue there.
So,
okay.
yeah, I know, I've lost my train of thought now. So yeah, the apprentice was the first guy to run the brand new machine that come through the door, which was great. But then obviously, companies need to think as well that if somebody comes with no experience, take a chance, because it might work out. If you just take a chance on it, it might work out.
Take a chance.
Because I have to thank Andy and Laura. They took a chance on me, and they might.
Was that the ABBA Tribute Act, or
yeah? They might have a different thing, but I think it worked out.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So that's Tom, who didn't do an apprenticeship. We've just had some comments in, one from Philip on LinkedIn saying, so good. Thank you for doing such an amazing job. I'm sure that was definitely directed at Chloe.
Yeah.
Well done, Chloe. You're doing an amazing job. You are. So shout out to Philip. Thank you very much. Tom just gave us a great little debate opener there, I think. Chloe, what do you think?
That it depends. Is it a fourth-year apprentice? Is it a 6-month apprentice? No, I'm joking. But like, people will go, you're letting your apprentice on your brand new machine. It must be very trusted, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
But my apprenticeship, I don't think was great. I loved it. But it was so, not behind the times, but it wasn't at a place like MTC with all the latest technology. So I did manual milling, manual turning, fitting, mechanics, electronics, and I wanted to become an applications engineer, a CNC programmer, and I did 3 weeks of CNC in my 4 years of an apprentice.
3
and
weeks?
It was on FANUC, it was all G-code, it was great, but all I did was create a little block with my name on in 2014.
Have you still got it though?
Yeah, well, my granddad had it, and I've just got it back, so yeah, I've still got it. But I think as well, engineering, there's different sectors of where you could go into university. So like the medical, you need to go to university. I don't think you could do an apprenticeship in nursing or anything like that. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. But engineering, doing an apprenticeship, being on site and working alongside people is the perfect match. Like hairdressing. Could you go to university and do hairdressing? No, you need to be on site. You need to
Could you imagine those lectures, though?
Yeah,
no,
but this is what I mean.
Scissors,
don't get me wrong.
No, you just got to
you
do
can get
it.
an engineering degree and things like that, but an apprenticeship is being on site and being hands-on. And we're, like Oliver was saying earlier, we can mould apprentices. We can mould them to your company. And I had a fantastic apprenticeship, and with my previous employer, was there for so long, and I really enjoyed it. And the people who I was learning against, there was a bloke called Gordon Coates from Newcastle.
Shout out to Gordon.
Shout out to Gordon. He's retired now, but I used to ring him, say, Gordon, what's this G code? And he'd be able to name.
Like, whoa, it's Chloe.
Yeah,
oh
don't
God,
answer the phone. And he'd be able to name it off the top of his head. And having those people supporting you and being around you is great. And I think more people should take on apprentices, and it's not shouted about. And why isn't apprentices and good engineering news in the mainstream media? We're great for it. We bring it to your door. We bring it to your computer screens. but it should be.
It should be
everywhere.
more mainstream.
Definitely.
Well, do you think there's still a bit of a problem with apprenticeships where now, obviously, we always used to joke about it that, oh, floor's dirty, get the apprentice to clean it.
There's a stigma behind it.
Exactly. Oh, the coolant needs filling up, get the apprentice to do it.
Yeah.
Do you think a lot of people still think like that? Because where I was, that wasn't the case. Our apprentices had their own machine. They ran their own machine. I'd been there a long time, and I got my own coolant, I cleaned my own machine out, and that sort of thing. So
I think it's a generation thing.
Do you still think people think I don't want to be an apprentice because I'm going to get all the lower jobs in the place? Which it's not that anymore.
I don't. But I like making coffees for people. You get a nice smile.
Yeah, but I've tasted your coffee, and
don't spill it
it's
anywhere.
just you getting away from your job, though, isn't it?
Oh,
he'll do anything not to do his job.
Absolutely. And I thank you on that note, Tom. No, thank you very much, Tom and Chloe, illustrious colleagues at MTD. If you want to tune in again, please tune in again at 1:15. That's only in 10 minutes. So grab yourself a bit of coffee, grab yourself some lunch, get a sandwich. Tune back at 1:15. We've got loads happening. We've got some depth. So I've got a little schedule here. We've got loads happening. We've got some milling and turning, hands-on robot training. We've got loads happening. So tune back into the stream at 1:15. That's been the MTDCNC podcast, and thank you to all of our guests that devoted their time to us.
Hello everyone and welcome. It is day 3, it is Friday of the FANUC Open House event 2022. I'm here with Oliver Selby and we've just had lunch, haven't we, Oliver?
We have, yeah, we have. Very nice lunch.
Yes, so we're fully energised and we're about to take you on a tour around the facility. So follow me. Elliot is our cameraman today, so we have to be nice to him, Oliver. We can't make him, you know, we can't run away from him. So Oliver, just before we enter, you've got a showroom, you've had a presentation hall, and now you've got the exhibition hall, which we're going to take you around. What has been the heart of the event? What's it been all been about?
For me, the important thing is actually showcasing not only the FANUC equipment, but the actual partnerships we have and we've built over a period of time that we're so passionate about. It's important that we've got obviously a partner base that we can obviously help support UK manufacturing, adopt equipment, the right sort of equipment, and hopefully at the heart of it, FANUC equipment.
And you've said to me just before we went on air, keep going, system integrators. Who are they?
So what we have is an intermediate provision of engineering support, development of solutions for our end customers, those manufacturers. And they're really, really important to us because they form probably around about 80 to 90% of the delivery of our product into the market.
Right, okay. So, and I know that through one of the talks, because I've been hosting the event, a lot of people say, okay, you need to get a system integrator in first, and then they take the process forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So we take both approaches. So FANUC can sort of make those first introductions for integrators. But sometimes end customers go directly to those integrators if they know of them, if they can Google search them.
Yes.
And then the integrator may come to us and say, we've got this inquiry from X customer.
Yes.
And then they work with us then, and we support them to find the right product that's going to do the job that they're looking for.
And we're going to meet some of those
Absolutely,
people today.
we are, yes.
Right, okay, so take me over. What's happening here?
So in this cell here, we've actually got demonstrations from 2 different customers, or 2 integrators, I should say. Yeah. The first one there on the right, on the left-hand side, is using a FANUC M800 robot. This is a high-accuracy dual encoder robot that was developed for the aerospace industry. So that's been pulled together, that demonstration's been pulled together by a company called Loop Technology down in Poole.
Yes, the gentleman from there did a talk earlier.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, Gary, was it?
Gary Otley. Yes, that's right, yeah.
Yes.
So Loop Technology are one of the UK's bigger integrators, and they specialise in sort of very high-tech solutions for aerospace, for Formula One, for high-value manufacturing.
Right.
They work in a lot in the composites market, so layup of composites, machining of composites. So they'll be very busy over the next few years as the aerospace industry starts to recover.
Yes, of course they will. And what's happening here then?
So on the right-hand side here, we have a system from a company called Autotech Robotics.
Right. Actually, it might be easier if you come round here, Elliot, to see what's going on.
Part of a bigger group who deliver solutions and general purpose solutions and typically welding, machine tool handling, those sorts of applications that we work with. This one here is a low-cost machine tending solution. You would typically load up the plate there. You can see they've got some components on the plate. Load up the plates and allow that robot to run for 1, 2, 3 hours, depending on how many parts you've got on that plate, and it's a sort of an unmanned solution for machine tool handling.
Right, okay, so we've been talking in the presentations, and we are going to take you on a tour very shortly. Been a bit of a hot topic, cobots.
Yes.
There's been a lot of talk about cobots.
That's
Why
right.
choose a cobot? What are the pros? What are the cons of cobots? People putting protection around cobots, do they need that? Because it's a cobot, they're working with humans.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are many ways to implement a cobot in a production line. Typically, we look at the actual application first, because obviously that needs to be inherently safe to apply a cobot solution into that particular facility. The thing we can't do is obviously compromise on safety. So in some instances, if the application is not inherently safe, we have to then implement other safety methods. That may be a fixed guard, it may be a safety floor scanner, or potentially safety on the actual application itself. So you'll see behind us an application from Mitutoyo. And
nice lead into that one there.
I know, yeah, I could do this as a job. So what we can see here is the Mitutoyo tag lens solution for optical metrology, optical inspection. And it utilises the FANUC CRX as a way to actually get that equipment from Itutoyo around the components.
Right.
You'll see here a number of different fixtures that are typically motor or EV type fixtures or parts, but it could be used on pretty much anything. Now what we see is a number of different companies bringing solutions to market that are cobot type applications. We're really lucky to have a number of different partners bringing specialist equipment, specialist applications that are inherently safe to market.
You know what's interesting? If you're like me, a lot of the time when I'm thinking about robotics and everything, I'm thinking pick and place. But this is like on a whole nother level.
Absolutely, yeah. So obviously you'll know from being in other manufacturing sites, engineering sites across the UK, that the inspection and the quality that we need to obviously uphold is normally part of the contract for those subcontract machinists or assembly manufacturing sites. So we need to actually have lots of metrology in place, lots of inspection and validation of the processes that we're undertaking within those manufacturing.
Right, where do you want to go next?
Let's go over here. Go over here. So the next company I can introduce to our viewers is a company called RoboPod,
right.
Based in just south of Birmingham. RoboPod bring to market, again, quite a lot of different applications, that they're not specialised in any one particular application. What you can see here is the use of a FANUC SCARA robot, so a 4-axis SCARA robot for...
What's the SCARA robot?
So it's a slightly different technology in the way it's actually configured as a number of axes.
Right, yes,
so we have, as FANUC, we have Delta robots, which look like a spider hanging from above.
Yes.
We have SCARA robots like you're seeing now. And we also have articulated robots, which is like what most people would typically understand as an industrial robot.
It's almost like when I see a CNC machine, you're different axes on that. It's
Absolutely.
exactly the same with a robot.
Exactly that. So in this particular application, you can see a screw driving application, sort of demonstrating here that you're sort of putting the screws into the lid of that component. Twin pallet, yeah, it's just a demonstration in this particular case, but you can understand that these are the sort of robots that would be used on a production line for assembly of components and that sort of thing. Typically, it'll be working at very high speed, a lot quicker than it's being shown here.
Yes.
We use it in a number of different applications in the UK for assembly of small plastic plumbing components, for PCB assembly, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear real life industry examples. So, you know, when you're watching, you're going, you know what, that's going to work for me.
Yeah. The nice thing about this situation here, and on every FANUC robot, for example, we have the ability to add value to the operation through some of the tools we have. So vision systems, for example, fully integrated vision systems to ensure, again, that have you put all the screws in or not?
So forgive me.
Where are the screws?
You'll start off with this process, and then you can put another robot in place that's then assessing whether it's all correct.
Or in the same cell. Yeah, and try and build it into the same cell.
And then packing and the next process there afterwards. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, this is one of the benefits of RoboPod, because if you look at their cell and the arrangement of their cell, you can quite easily put a conveyor straight through the middle of this and have a full production line of these small systems.
Come back and have a little look at the size of this cell as well for the viewers, so you can just see that's a really tiny footprint.
Absolutely.
Really tiny. And you're saying basically you can have a conveyor going through one side.
And a number of pods next to each other.
Yes, next to each other, and you've got all of the access, and you can see through the screens. There's a protection barrier.
Absolutely,
Right.
Brilliant way of actually pulling a production line together.
Okay, interesting. I like this one.
Yeah. So next we have a demonstration here from Rockwell Automation. It's their multi-mover system. Now, what this offers
Are you a multi-mover?
Yeah, only at the weekends.
I was going to say on a Friday night, let's hope. Well, it's tonight. Are you a multi-mover, Elliot, cameraman?
Yeah.
Yes, I've got a big nod. Yes, there he is. I'd say I'm a multi-mover too. I'll try. Right, okay, carry on.
So what we show here is the way in which we can have flexible pallet solutions on a production line. So, for example, where you've got mixed components going through a production line, or delivery of components to a production line, you can use a system like this to actually deliver those components or take those components through different assembly processes. And you can also see here you've got like a bypass line. So if there's, for example, an inspection station.
Here?
Yeah.
Around here, yes.
Say, for example, you've got an inspection station and something's not quite right, you can take it in the bypass and manually remove it from the line or do something else to it, you know.
So, and again, I'm thinking food, processing, packaging.
Yes, all of those.
Examples.
Yeah, again, electronics assembly, component assembly. Yeah, there are many applications for this.
Right, where are we going next, Oliver?
Let's carry on. So
you're on the lead. Oh, everyone's here running around.
Yeah, we've got the whole of the
I know you won't run away because
team,
you've been asking loads of questions. I've been really grateful of you. How have you found the event?
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, we've had some fantastic conversations, good quality leads, lots of good conversations about how to upskill the next generation, how to supply digital transformation with robotics and smart conveying as future solutions. So yeah, it's been great.
And you've been asking lots of questions. I love that on day one. I was very grateful of you.
I think I had too many coffees on day one. I got a bit excited.
We're all going to sleep very well tonight. Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Right, okay, next up we're on...
We have another of our valued integrators. So a company called Scientech Systems from Leicester. Specialists in laser processing, amongst other things. We have... here in the demonstration, using one of the FANUC robots, a laser processing demonstration. So with laser processing, we can cut, we can weld, we can what we call ablate, which means removing material from the surface. Different technologies, but they're all laser driven. So you might have anywhere between sort of a 0.5 kilowatt up to a 20 kilowatt laser on the end of a robot, doing different processes.
Is this new technology?
It's not new, but it's certainly evolving. Yeah, certainly different technologies. And what you find is the cost is coming down for lasers.
Oh.
So we have a number of different laser suppliers here in the UK. Not necessarily UK built lasers, but we certainly have a number of suppliers of that technology. And what you find is that the cost per kilowatt is actually coming down, which is making it more viable for customers to actually adopt laser technology within their production lines.
That's really interesting. And I'd really like to get that from you, Oliver, is kind of like some real kind of key selling points and the latest trends that you're seeing in industry as well, that everyone who's watching maybe don't know, that information that everyone's giving out to people.
Absolutely.
We're giving it to you.
So one of the things that we see across the industry really is the uptake of robotics is certainly on the up, yeah? There's no question about that. We're probably 30 or 40% up on sales this year than we were last year.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so things are really on the up after.
Then that's COVID and everything's
had a
big...
and Brexit and everything else, but certainly everything's on the up. The adoption of robotics, the actual the way in which customers are actually adopting robotics is going in a way that won't go back. It's kind of we've already broken the mould. We're out of that kind of.
That's the key thing. That's exactly what you said. Perfect. And that's what we kind of picked up from there. We've broken the mould. That hard bit is over.
The hard bit's over, absolutely.
We're kind of now learning to accept it. So what direction do we go in?
Absolutely, yeah. So we need to upskill people. Yeah, that's absolutely critical. One of the key messages today was about upskilling people, apprentices.
And those are the people who just absolutely love robots. Those are the people. They know more. You know, I know, my daughter, she's 5. When she was like 2, she could work an iPad. So then, by the time she gets to 5, but 9, 10, we're talking about the fact that they can
absolutely, yeah, and
they can work
things
these
like
robots.
Lego Mindstorms and kind of things through their school years are just leading to more and more opportunities to actually adopt automation.
They're going to be far more natural at adopting it, aren't they?
Yeah, so
definitely. Right, okay, Oliver. Sorry,
we're going to move on.
I've got to keep up the pace as well. Let's go. So here we go. Synergy.
So this next system we have here is from a company called WorldSkills based in Leamington Spa. So what they've brought to market is a range of automation solutions that complement their Doosan range of machine tools.
Right.
So the Doosan Puma range and other Doosan machine tools everyone will probably know. But
not just lathes, mills as well.
Millers as well, absolutely.
Yes, milling machines.
But what you see here is a package that millers have pulled together that uses a FANUC robot at the heart of it, but is been designed to be cost effective, reduce the ROI with minimal payback periods, to actually ensure that we can stay competitive in not only the UK but also the European and global markets.
Yes, I think that's kind of what we're talking about this. Obviously we go out to companies and we're seeing this happening, making the most of that machine running and keeping that spindle turning. That's all we've been talking about for
absolutely, yeah.
past few years.
What you'll see there on the left-hand side is a tray type solution. So they have a number of different in-feed solutions. Now this being one of them. You've got a tray type solution.
So there's a tray over here in this left-hand side here that's pulled out. So if we can just take a look at that one there, Elliot, and as that's pulled out, part will come up. Obviously, it would work quicker, slightly quicker.
It's running a little bit slow at the moment, but what you see there is it's cleaning the chuck and it's going to put the next part in. The the in-feed solution there being a tray, it means you can just load it up with whatever components you think it may need. The robot, again, could be enabled with vision to sort of check those parts, see what the actual location of those parts, enabling you to run multiple shifts, so across through the night, lights out, across the weekend. And who wouldn't like to have an extra 2 or 3 shifts free of charge, eh?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we see this a lot. The pros to this are just pretty much endless. You know, lights out running, keeping that spindle turning, you know, making the most out of their machine tool. We spoke a lot, we're going to keep walking backwards, but we spoke a lot about uptime, and we have done over the past few years, spoken about spindle uptime, and that's where the discussion is there.
Absolutely.
Is that making that work harder?
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Absolutely, yeah. The longer that spindle's running, the more money you're making.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Right, here we are.
So, yeah, we've got
Andy.
a familiar face here in Andy. So,
I know this gentleman. This gentleman's very good at dancing.
He's misunderstood, aren't I?
Yeah, he's not misunderstood. He's very, very good at dancing. Right, okay, so I'm going to ask you a question here then. What have you been showcasing to everybody, Andy, over the last 3 days?
We've had a really good 3 days. We've got some good robo-drill exhibits this year, and I've thoroughly enjoyed putting some of these demos together. We've covered everything. We've been drilling some really, really small diameter holes, which is probably the most impressive demo we've got here. And then we've been making some World Cups, clocks. And
We've seen those, we've seen the clocks. Yeah. And what can you say has been the most kind of exciting, maybe hot topic or question that's been thrown at you where you've gone, you know what, that's new, that's the latest?
Well, in terms of what the robo-drill can do, I'll go back to small diameter micro machining. We've proven that we can drill holes 0.1 millimeters diameter, almost the width of a human hair, reliably. We've still got the first drill that we put in the machine back last week, and it's done maybe 15,
we'll have a look at this
components. I mean,
if you can see it.
Microscope on there as well, but that's the component we're making, and you might be able to pick out 3 rows of holes there. There's some 0.1 millimeter diameter holes, but probably more impressive is the 0.5 millimeter holes that we've drilled all the way through, and that drill's lasting really, really well as well. So 50 times D drilling on the robo drill reliably. Yeah.
I think that the other important thing for this particular machine is the way in which we're adopting the Renishaw equipment to actually check that drill is still okay. To make sure we've got no tool breakage, that sort of thing.
Yeah, we've got a Renishaw NC4 Blue on there, which is a really good piece of equipment, really good laser system for checking and tool breakage detection on small tools, down to 30 microns diameter.
Everything you're telling me is reducing that operator intervention and getting the part right first time off.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have this demo set up without the laser system on it. James came in and said, I've got this laser system, let's get that laser put on there. And before we had the laser, we were having to check with a loop, with a microscope, after each pilot drill went in to make sure we didn't break the next successive tool. And that is the truth. And James said, well, let's get that laser system on there, and we can now reliably press the button on the machine. It goes away, it takes a second to break check the tool, even the 0.1, and it will carry on machining.
And when did you and James discuss this? Because this is kind of like revolutionary. You know, you've met one another, you're showing somebody a process, somebody else comes along, well, actually, I can better that, I can improve that. That's happening.
That is true, isn't it, James? I haven't just made that up.
This is James, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So when did this happen?
What was it, Monday? Yeah, last week. Yeah, we were setting up. He said it'd be great to have a blue laser on there because I'm aware of the system. And Jason, well, we can do that. It'd be a great demo. It's very, very aligned to what we're doing on the machine, and it works fantastically. It's been working well the last 3 days.
So you're telling me the Monday before this whole event's happened, and that's what
We were setting up on a different machine, doing a different demo for probing, and I was looking around at the other demos. We got chatting, and I said, it would be really great if we could have put a laser system on there because we know we can measure really, really small tools with it. And when I heard that they were opening the door to check the tools, you know, we've been able to automate that process now, and it just runs and runs and runs and flags up any broken tools as and when they happen.
I guess that.
You can just use the mic.
I guess that's one thing about automation, you know, that is a form of automation in terms of we don't have to open that door to manually check the tools,
but
get the machine to do it for you.
You're talking about that. If we're talking spindle, uptime spindle, you know, and talking hours in the process of a part, opening the door, check the tools, we're losing 10 seconds, 20 seconds, well, maybe more, I don't know.
Yeah, you definitely, but even more so on this machine, you can't see the drill. You know, you literally have to get in there with a magnifying glass. And that laser, it's checking it, and it takes about a second, just a little over a second to break detect.
You should be proud of yourselves. You should be proud of yourselves, gents.
Collaboration, isn't it? It's collaboration.
It's collaboration, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, let's go, keep going. Thanks, gents. I mean, that's so good. Just the fact that the Monday before, and that's what's happening, just to improve every process. We need to talk more.
Again, we're very lucky to have partners who can integrate equipment into our equipment.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, it's all, I hate to say it, but kind of just like turnkey.
Yeah.
You know, literally, off the shelf, in you go.
I think it's we hate to say these words because we're saying them so often, but actually if we're trying to preach to people who don't know, then this could be the first instance. We were talking about their education. Yes, we've been talking about automation for years now and we've broken the mould, but not with everyone, so that's what it's all about.
Yeah. So,
right, go on then, Oliver.
Right, next one. So we have a company here demonstrating their piece of equipment along with one of the FANUC cobots, the CRX10, and this is a demonstration showing that the fact that our cobot is probably one of the only cobots on the market that you can have additional axes driven from the robot controller itself. So it's quite often in a welding equipment or in other processes to actually drive additional axes from the robot controller.
Forgive me. So the additional axes is coming from this piece of equipment, the turn.
This piece of equipment. So it's got a motor and a gearbox assembly.
Right.
And then we use the FANUC motor drive system to actually drive those axes. So we call it coordinated motion. So in some cases, in some processes, you do need to actually coordinate the part at the same time as using the robot. So it might be welding, it might be gluing or something like that.
That's the same with cutting on a 5-axis machine,
Absolutely.
surely. It's, what's the word? Simultaneous movement.
Absolutely, yeah. You've got it
There we go. So, I do listen. I do listen sometimes, Oliver, sometimes.
Yeah. So this piece of equipment from Kairos is a 2-axis positioner. Normally would be used for welding, but it's absolutely brilliant. So.
Right. Okay then. And can you just tell me a little bit more about because of course FANUC have the hardware, but we're talking about the software as well. So can you explain to the audience a little bit more about that?
Yep. So FANUC have released with the cobot range a new interface, HMI if you want to call it that, to actually make it easier for people to program the FANUC robots. So it's a tablet-based solution. We'll just pick that up there, and you have the ability to actually see before you even run the robots using the simulation function on it, the process. So before you press go in the real world, you can actually see it in the simulated world.
You know, you said you wanted to do this as a job.
Yeah.
Well, you are. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Right. Okay. Who else can we talk to?
Right. We're going to move on. So we have a number of different
companies here as well.
A number of different companies here to support the Robo Drill product.
Yes.
So we have Filter Mist, who are able to offer up oil mist separators that we would normally stick on the top of the Robo Drill. We've actually got one that's actually stuck on the Robo Drill that we've just seen. We also have.
You know what?
Yeah.
I see so many of these out and about in industry, and the gentleman here is giving us a big smile because he's like, yes, yes, we do. He just said, I'm quite aware of that indeed. Sorry, can I just introduce you as well? So,
Paul Battersby from Filter Mist, Senior Area Sales Manager.
There we go. So we see a lot of these out in industry. So thank you for displaying, but also it's brilliant to see you here. And is there any trends that you're seeing, any involvement that you've seen in your product as of late? Just to give a little snippet to the audience.
There's a lot of R&D going off on energy consumption. We're looking at different things as that because of the motor sizing, so energy costs these days. But we're also developing new different filter systems because we're part of the Absolute Air Care group as well. So we've got the Absolute systems for big central systems as well. But in support for FANUC, as you can see on the machine tool above, we can support them in 60 countries worldwide. So we work a good partner to work with FANUC themselves.
You know, we did a talk on becoming net zero and also, you know, sustainability and everything like that. So it's the fact that we're all having the same conversation, which is so important.
Customers are asking for energy reductions.
Well, of course, we know how much it costs to heat our homes at the moment, so goodness me.
Yep.
Have you got a blanket at home? What do you do to keep warm?
I give my wife a cuddle.
You know what, as soon as I asked that, I was like, what do you do to keep warm? And I thought, do I ask that or not? But
So we're going to move on.
I'm sure she's a very happy lady.
She is.
Right.
So, again, along with, say, our filter mist and other suppliers that are here supporting peripheral equipment around the robo-drill, we've also got that CAD-CAM functionality with the likes of Hypermill, and there are others that here also. Yes. We need them companies to help support, because you can't sort of manually now program things like this. And here's one I made. Here's one I made earlier. Yeah. So we've got a little Jules Rimet trophy, the World Cup, produced out of a single piece of brass.
Can I hold this?
Yeah,
and I'll just model it. Oh my goodness, blooming heck, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. So you can see the quality in which the robo-drill can machine. We've got that's been machined on I think it's a 24,000 RPM spindle. Brilliant. Yeah, very, very high detail surface finish, using a number of different tools on the machine behind you. And we need Hypermill and those CAD-CAM functions actually deliver the program to the machine to actually produce that.
Right, brilliant. It's fascinating. I'll let you hold that because it's too heavy for me.
Okay.
I'll be walking like that.
Yeah.
Right.
What
okay.
we can do is maybe have a look in this machine here.
Yeah,
and
let's get into the machine.
You'll see this one's got a little trophy in there already on the 5-axis Nikon unit in there.
The table.
Absolutely, yeah. So you can see there we're cutting a mixture of brass and aluminium, and we're also making small clocks to give away at this event today.
Talking of timekeeping, we've probably got about 20 minutes left. So, what else are we showing? What else can you showcase here to give everyone back at home a little introduction? We've had some fantastic talks, presentations, apprentices. You know what? I'm not joking you. We walked in this morning, and I think there was how many apprentices?
There's around about 150 apprentices.
150 apprentices just walked in, and it was so refreshing. There was loads of girls there as well. There was just so many people, young people, actually, mixture of ages. There was an apprentice, and the lady just said, she said, I'm 37, and she said, and I didn't realise, I thought this was all for like kind of late teens, early 20s, and she was there going, just started, absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see, absolutely brilliant to see, and we are keen advocates to ensure that we help and support those training facilities that have got apprentices to ensure they've got the right level of technology.
And just to add to that as well, with regards to apprentices, at this whole event there's been a small fee for people who are exhibiting.
Absolutely, yeah.
That fee hasn't been absorbed by FANUC. What they're doing with that fee is they're putting 4 people through, apprentices through Arkwright Scholars.
That's right.
I mean, that's brilliant, isn't it,
yeah,
really?
Absolutely, yeah. So it just helps financially in tough times, to ensure we've got, we're doing our bit, let's put it that way.
You've got to do your bit, right, okay.
Right, next one, we've got a solution here, again, using one of the FANUC cobots, the CRX10, from Mazak, which is a name obviously most people will recognise.
Yes.
What you've got here is a robot that has got a vision system on the end of it also, and you'll see there it's actually about to put the part down onto the pallet, and I think it will likely pick up the next one.
I've seen a system out in industry very similar, and a girl was saying that basically she was just picking the part up, and then she was doing a bit of inspection, cleaning it up, popping it down, and you could tell that she wasn't enthused. Like, she wasn't loving that role that she'd been given, and she had all of this training, and she was saying to me, I could do more, I could do more. So obviously they've implemented this system very similar, and then she's being able to then run other machines now as well, so it's not just her sole responsibility.
That's brilliant, yeah. So effectively using the technology to actually allow that single operator to run multiple machines, that's commonplace in industry, you know. People don't continue to run that machine and stand back. They're given the ability to then obviously go and retrain, upskill, and then run multiple machines. Right. What you'll see on this particular machine, which is actually really, really clever, in this particular case,
can we go up close and personal?
We need the door to shut to show you this particular function.
Oh.
With the robot on a trolley or on a stage like this. When you actually potentially move it from machine to machine, you need to know where the machine is and actually calibrate the position of the robot to where the position of the chuck is. Now, once this has finished its process, I'll show you some of the special features this robot has, or this system has, to make that very, very quick.
Okay, brilliant. Just before, as we're waiting and we're watching, just so you know, in about 15 minutes' time, we are going to go onto the WorldSkills stand and get some of our team members to have a go at the activity that the students had to do to qualify to get into the WorldSkills. That's in about 15 minutes' time.
So that part has now gone into the machine. But say, for example, you've moved this robot in front of this new machine and you've got to set it up. What you'll see on the machine are 3 small targets.
Come and have a look at this. Sorry, Elliot.
Can you see there are 3 small targets? And using the camera on the end of the robot arm, it will actually check the position of those targets when you first install it and calibrate itself. So you move that robot from one machine to the next, and it will calibrate itself.
And the programs as well.
And the programs will then...
so the programs go with it.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's very, very simple, very easy to move from machine to machine.
So you're telling me that if you've got a job set up, so are you talking about long-running jobs? What type of jobs are you saying?
Shorter-running jobs, in all honesty, because
Really?
you think those jobbing shops might run different parts on different machines, and you may want to be able to transfer those jobs from one machine to the next.
Yes.
It just makes it so quick to set up.
Brilliant.
Again, keeping those spindles turning.
Yes. Oh, he likes our saying. I like it. Thank
Yeah.
you. Right. Hello. Wait. Whoa.
We've just seen your brother.
Yeah. Are you a twin?
Yeah, they've got another one around the corner.
Just checking. Right, Ollie, what are you going to say here?
So
then?
what we'll do is we'll skip the machine, if that's okay. But one thing I really want to focus on is the equipment next to it.
Right.
Yeah, the Renishaw Equator solution is a comparator.
Keep talking, gents. Don't worry. We'll
So
get you on
rather than being a full CMM, a comparator effectively takes a master part, collects the data from a master part which has already been verified by a CMM, and effectively then, at a lower cost, checks to make sure that every part then on is within a tolerance band compared to that first one.
Yes, understandable. Yep. Right, okay. And how is that done? Because this is also... Just explain the process in a little bit more detail.
Well, so the arms you can see there on the Renishaw equipment have encoders, similar to a CMM. So it is still collecting data like a CMM,
yes,
but it's not actually comparing data compared to a CAD model or data that's been given to it. It's comparing it to an original model.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
But the technology behind it allows it to actually be sold at a price that is actually makes it more affordable, available to people in jobbing shops and that sort of thing.
And am I right in thinking the Renishaw Equator can be moved around the shop as well? Or is
it can, but it's not. It wouldn't necessarily be normal.
Oh, so you'd keep that in, say, a temperature-controlled...
Not necessarily. It could be line side, it could be machine side, that sort of thing. But one of the nice things about the relationship we have with Renishaw is that we're one of Renishaw's biggest customers in Japan.
Yes.
So a lot of the motors we manufacture are all checked on an Equator before they get put into production.
And also, the nice thing about that is on a Monday, just before the show, you can make your processes more efficient as well.
Absolutely. Right, we've got a few more yes, people to see in this particular hall. I'll come around the corner here. We've got Shunk, which again, some people may know from tool holding or work holding, but Shunk also offer up a lot
Come and have a look at some of the products.
A lot of robotic equipment for us. I'll say that they're our go-to supplier for this sort of equipment. Not only grippers and equipment for handling of components, but also a number of tools for material removal. So on this bench here, you can see you've got a DA sander and you've got a deburring head, a mechanical file or a wire brush. So you've got all sorts of different ways in which you can obviously implement that on the end of a robot for material removal.
Of course, yes. Yep. Yes. And just forgive me, so you'd have your machine tool, say, then you'd have your part. Yep. Explain to me that journey of that part using these products.
Well, then you may want to deburr or polish that particular parts, and that can be done with robotics.
So you're going to then deburr. So you're telling me you can deburr, you can polish putting that product, a Shunk product, on the end of a robot. And then, oh wow, okay, yes.
And this particular demo here is sort of is loading those parts into a machine tool, or loading chucks into a machine tool. Yeah, so it's another good use of a FANUC robot in this particular demonstration.
So basically, you're creating a cell. You're telling me that you can create a cell, so it's going from the machine out the machine. You've got another process, all in one. So something that would have taken many operations is then now coming off one.
Exactly that, yeah. So you could have a full workflow, absolutely. So.
Perfect. So you've got the lingo. I'm learning that. Right, okay, what's up next?
So we've got a couple of demonstrations here. So the first one here is actually showing that we can also connect to third-party vision systems. Right. In this particular case, it's a 3D bin picking vision system.
Right.
So those parts are all jumbled up in that
Yes.
in that
Can
box.
you see down here? So
And
there's
you'll
no
see-
angle, there's no kind of, it's not been placed there in a perfect way, so you can imagine someone's got these, put them all in a box, what happens?
Yeah, exactly that. Straight from the supplier onto the production line. And it may be that they need to go into an assembly or be presented to another process, for example. So
Yes.
you use this vision system to allow the robot to understand where those parts are.
And is it just purely picking it up via, I mean, I'm looking, is this a gripper, is it a magnet? Well, how's it picking it up?
It's using a fixed permanent magnet with a stripper on there. So the stripper allows you to actually push the part off the gripper, off the magnet.
Right, and
Yeah.
is it picking it up in one particular pace every single time or wherever?
I don't actually know, I'll be honest.
Sorry to do that to you, Ollie. Right, I'm sure one day you'll find out and we can tell you in the
Yeah.
future. Right, okay, what's up next?
So we've got one of our injection moulding machines. So FANUC have quite a broad range of injection moulding machines, from sort of
RoboShop.
15 tonnes all the way through to 500 tonnes. And we're showing here that the machine running in dry cycle. We're not actually moulding today because it's a bit of a process that does create a bit of a stink sometimes.
Well,
So-
of course, and also when you're in an event, it's all
Absolutely,
a
absolutely.
bit clean.
Yeah. Round the back of this machine, though, I will say,
Right.
is something
Oh.
that's been developed by one of
We're
our
going to
partners.
take you around the back
Yeah.
of the machine.
This has been
Here
developed
we
by one of
go.
our partners, High Tech, and it's a very, very specialist piece of equipment using FANUC technology for a very, very high speed takeout from injection moulding machines. I don't even know if the camera's going to pick up that movie.
It's like me on a Friday night, Oliver.
Yeah.
Like, look how fast, look at that. That's a fast machine.
So this has been developed for the ocular moulding companies we work with.
Yep.
So for say contact lenses, and being able to
Right.
actually
And just to throw it out there as well, you've not got one product on. Like,
no, you've got the whole array of products that would be moulded at the same time within that machine.
Right.
So the scope is that we try and demould in certainly less than half a second. Yeah, and the quicker you are demoulding, the more parts you're producing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Every time. And these are some examples of some of the parts. And you know what I love to see, and I don't know if you see it like that as well. Oh, so is this the contact lens area maybe at the top? I'm a bit short for this. But you can see just a variety of parts that you can see in day-to-day life, and I think that's the most important. We're talking about manufacturing and you can kind of step away from it, but actually when we start to see parts that we recognise, we start to understand the process that little bit further.
Absolutely.
Right, Elliot, keep going. Elliot's
Right.
the cameraman today, by the way. Right, if there's any questions coming in, do let us know. We've only got about 10 minutes to go. What's next?
So we're going to quickly stop here. So
Here we
this,
go.
this particular company, IPG,
Yes.
they actually are our next door neighbour here on this site in Coventry. They bring to market
At Ansty Park.
in Ansty Park.
Yes.
So they're able to offer up laser solutions. So we spoke earlier about obviously the cost of lasers coming down. But these guys next to us on this site are actually the laser power source supplier. So they're the ones that actually produce the lasers that we can use in our production cells. Now this particular demonstration is actually a handheld laser welding gun. So rather than, say for example, in the past you may have used MIG welding or TIG welding by hand, you've now got laser as an option. And it's a great method, a great solution for thin material, stainless steel, aluminium, where you need to obviously have very high control, process control over the actual welding process.
It's so good that you've got such relationships with people, though.
Absolutely,
That's so
But I mean,
important.
these guys are demonstrating sort of like the manual side of what they do, but we also work with them on the automated solutions as well.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
We've got some vision systems, we've got some grippers here that would be used in injection moulding.
Yes, some of the, like what you've just seen over in the far
Absolutely,
corner.
yeah. And I think we're probably in a position where we want to move into the other hall.
Yes, okay. So
Yep.
what we're going to do now is take you through to the other hall. So personally, I've been hosting and comparing on the stage at the event. Today's been all about
education.
I've just been told by my ops guy, say, saunter, don't run, don't go too quickly. So we'll slow down, So yes, today's been all about apprentices, upskilling staff members. Here's Tom Boucher, who's the Managing Director. He's been doing talks today about the event as a whole. But it's been really, really interesting. There was a company called Blooming Box who was here yesterday, and they did a case study. Now, MTD, as a company, as a brand, we go out and we hear case studies, and it's so good because you'll have an audience, but then actually they're your best salesperson, aren't they? Your
Absolutely,
customer, and that's
absolutely.
exactly what they were doing.
Yep.
Oh, and they were also talking very much about how they're becoming more sustainable and net zero. Quite interestingly as well, that they were saying that people have had that at the bottom of their priority list, and now, not by choice, how that's suddenly gone up to the top, almost
Absolutely.
saying like, okay, people went, oh, okay, sustainability, being green, now it's a necessity, and that's what's changing
So,
in industry.
I mean, FANUC are an extremely sustainable company in our own right, being Japanese, and we've kind of got a very, very close relationship with nature.
Yes.
So we try and stay as close to a sustainable net zero as possible.
Yes.
No, it's not always possible.
No,
But
but
we're working towards it. That's the important
But
thing.
if everyone does their bit,
Yeah.
and that if it becomes, I know, we can speak about supermarkets and bags, and now it's just the norm that you take your own bags, or you have to pay for them. And so if we can normalise, I think that's the most important thing, normalise sustainability and becoming green and working that way, then that is going to change industry.
Absolutely, yeah. So one of the things that FANUC does in all its products is actually give us as salespeople the ability to actually promote the energy efficiency of the FANUC product. So in any of our products, we've got the ability to actually regenerate power upon braking, for example.
Yes, you do in the spin.
And we can actually also simulate how much power is being used in most of our products. So, for example, even before you may place an order with FANUC, we can tell you how much energy it's going to use.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not sure many other suppliers can potentially do that, you know. So
There you go, and that's good for the company
Absolutely.
to be part of doing their bit as well. It's got to have a knock-on effect. Right, okay, we've only got a few more minutes before we go over to the, it's bright, the WorldSkills section over in the far corner, where the team basically are going to show off the activity that they have to do. I think it's programming a robot, I think,
right, absolutely,
to qualify for the WorldSkills. So let's go. We've been blinded by the lights,
yeah,
Oliver.
the sun's out today.
Hello.
So we've got some equipment suppliers in this part of the hall. We've got Zimmer here in front of us,
Come and have a little
who
look.
are able to deliver gripping solutions, also some tooling for cutting or deburring, but some really quite specialised stuff. So we've seen some cobots around the whole event. Yeah, we've seen some robots around the whole event. And a lot of the equipment now it can be used on cobots or industrial robots. One of the really nice products we've got on this particular booth is a tool changer solution for cobots. And what you'll see here is that we'll grab that out of there. You can see there it's a gripper on the end of a tool change solution. If I slide that back in again into its stand, I'm able to actually release the actual part that would be attached to the robot.
Oh, brilliant.
And it's a really, really neat solution, all electric. So the route to obviously power the gripper up is electric via the end of the robot, and we're able to actually do that with that piece of equipment there.
Applications, give me an example what's out in industry they're doing that at the moment. Who's using this?
Well, lots of people are using tool changer solutions to ensure that you get the actual utilisation of the robot doing different tasks. So from one part to the next, you might have different grippers for those particular applications, and then you would tool change.
And so they need to speak to Zimmer Group.
Absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, keep going. Let's keep going because we've only got a few minutes.
So the next company here,
suction.
we have got a different gripping technology. So
Right.
this is a company.
The guys are laughing.
Schmaltz, and Schmaltz offer up a huge range of solutions for vacuum technology. Again, one of the key things with most modern manufacturers is we're looking for that sustainability.
Yes.
Schmaltz offer solutions that use less air, that produce the same amount of vacuum. So again, air costs a huge amount of money in any factory. So by having a reduction in the air used, you've got a reduction in cost. You've also got solutions here that would use or generate their own vacuum internally, and you only supply the electric locally, rather than actually having to rely on a compressed air supply.
It's interesting how we were talking about sustainability, and now that follows through with all brands at the moment.
Yep.
Hi, gents. Hello, welcome. Have you enjoyed the show?
Yes.
Is that all I'm getting? Yes.
I thought it was a yes or no answer.
Yeah, well, there is that. What have you come across anything new, or people who were talking about something different? Maybe like, what's the trend? What's been the question that's been asked to you more often than anything else?
How can I do certain types of job but keep the costs lower, ongoing? Because obviously the initial investment in your product is obviously quite high sometimes, but it's the running costs going forward that people are looking for now.
It's quite interesting. We were talking about sustainability and becoming more green. So is that kind of the area, really, essentially?
Yeah, So yes, definitely.
Yes, right, brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me throw you put you on the spot there. Right, we've got about 1 minute to go,
Yeah,
so
we'll
that's
get
fine.
through this, that's fine. So the next up is a very innovative company called OnRobot. OnRobot provide gripping solutions and process tools for our Cobot range of robots. Typically, they need to be safe, inherently safe to be used on the end of a robot arm. So you'll see things here like grippers using flexible gripping technology.
Yeah, you can see that, really soft.
I mean, that's been going all day, and that apple is still...
I'd eat that apple, would you?
Almost edible, yeah, let's put it
Almost
that way.
edible, yes,
Yeah,
but you're not going to be gripping it as often, you're going to have changeover of products.
Very innovative, bringing solutions to market rather than just a product, it's a solution.
Right, okay. Hello, everybody. Hello. We've had talks from the MTA as well. We've had lots of students here as well, so it's been really, really busy. I've got one more stand. I think we can go to Oitner before we're going over because we've literally got about 20 seconds
No problem.
to go.
So Oitner are one of our key providers of safety solutions for the systems that we pull together. So in the solutions that we may build or our partners may build, our integrators, we actually have to rely on safety solutions. Now, whether that's door handles and door locks, e-stops, push button stations, there's a huge whole host of solutions again for us to actually pull on, and Oitner being one of our key suppliers there. One of the key things here is that they've also got RFID tag readers for when you need to, say, log on to a system as an operator.
Can I pull that out? I can. Yep. Hey, so
There
there's
we go.
products here and you can lock on, and also I heard, as it tells everyone that I was listening to the talk, is the fact that in terms of training you're kind of logging on people, so when they're, say if someone's trained up to a certain amount and then over time you can clock when they're being trained and when they need an update in training. It almost like logs someone going in and out of the company and logs what they're doing.
Exactly, yeah, that's it. So depending on what their level of competency is through the training, it'll determine what functions are available on the equipment.
So it's kind of a little bit of data, really, essentially. Well, it is not just a little bit, a lot.
A lot of data, and fits into that whole factory of the future story.
Safety, safety, safety. Remember that with regards to Oitner. Right, okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Right, WorldSkills.
Okay.
So can you give a little intro into what WorldSkills is all about, please, Oliver?
Yeah, a number of years ago, I think 4 or 5 years ago, we were approached by the WorldSkills organisation.
We were only in our early 20s then, weren't we?
Like that,
yeah.
So but we were approached from a global standpoint. So FANUC in Japan were approached by WorldSkills to actually develop a robotic integration skill for the global market. And that's now been rolled out globally across every FANUC subsidiary here in the US, in Europe, in China, everywhere. It's truly WorldSkills. Yeah. So, and what we do is we deliver a package of equipment to schools, universities, colleges, and the training and the package of work they need to obviously deliver that learning, with a view that actually you end up with a bunch of students that are actually able to compete on the world stage at robotic integration. Now, we're just one skill out of thousands that they actually deliver. But we're very, very pleased we are that provider of that particular skill, because it puts our equipment out there.
First.
But yeah, first to market, first time some of these younger people will have actually ever seen a robot will be in the classroom, and we're very lucky it's hopefully a yellow robot in our case.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we'll head over in just a few moments' time. Is there any last few words you'd like to say before I have to do a little bit of a handover?
Yeah, I would say it's been an absolutely great event. I want to thank all of our contributors, our partners, our integrators, the suppliers. They've been absolutely fantastic. Hopefully the engagement's been where it needs to be. Yeah. And I look forward to seeing everyone again next year.
Thank you so much,
no
Oliver. Thank you. Not easy doing that, so I'd give you a round of applause, but I can't because... Thank you, Oliver.
Okay, no
right,
problem.
okay, come with me, everybody. So over here, we have got the WorldSkills event. Well, not the event, but the qualifying activity to what they had to do in order to be able to qualify. Now, we had a gentleman talk about the WorldSkills show, and I'm talking, this is huge. We're talking thousands, and what was really interesting And there was a gentleman in the audience who was like, well, actually, there's someone outside who has, there's somebody in there who's in industry, there's somebody in there, and he could name a few just in, the facility alone. So it's brilliant. If you're young and you need to get onto that platform to go through into industry, then WorldSkills is such an important route that you can go down. I worked at it at the NEC just a few years ago, and Oliver was just saying about he was talking about engineering, but it's not just engineering, it's any industry, young, like any industry at all, hairdressing, you can go there. The NEC, actually you can go to the NEC, but apply on the WorldSkills website first, but you go to the NEC and you see what's out there. We keep talking about how do I get into industry, labour shortages. WorldSkills is definitely a route into industry. Right, I am going to pass over the buck to this lovely, handsome gentleman.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's a lovely compliment.
It's
I appreciate
all right.
it, Lindsay.
Well, I'm sure people do find you very handsome.
Oh.
And Tom as well.
Another handsome chap.
Another handsome chap.
Exactly, yeah, we can't let Tom out.
Right, I've kind of given everyone a little bit of an intro into WorldSkills, but what's happening over here, Rowan?
Absolutely. Well, WorldSkills is a global event. I don't know if you talked about exactly, you've gone through all of that.
No, you tell everyone.
Oh, it's a global event.
We have.
And it's supported by FANUC. They are the global industry partner, one of the global industry partners for WorldSkills. And this is pushed by, from quite high up in the FANUC leadership. So Tanzawa-san, he's the head of kind of FANUC Europe. Him and a lot of the FANUC leadership are pushing this to get kids and young adults into engineering opportunities and using robots such as the FANUC robots and the machine tools like the robodrills. All of this kind of technology. And that's really important, they believe, because it's all about the next generation. Because they obviously work on brand new technology, and without new blood involved, without new generations coming in, then it might start to stagnate. So that's why they support an organisation like WorldSkills. It's a global event. We saw a video about it. It's just like the Olympics. It's amazing. The finals which are going to be happening next year, but there's a registration open right now for 2023, so you go from passive stages to qualifying stages, then to the finals, which is a massive event that everyone gets involved in. It's not just engineering that WorldSkills contains. They have lots of different categories such as cabinet making, which I found the United Kingdom, they got a gold medal in for last year, which is absolutely fascinating. So there's so much you can do at WorldSkills, and if you're a teacher watching this, if you're a parent watching this, then maybe talk to the school, to your school, and see if they're interested in trying to put forward some of your kids to engage in one of these events. And there's an event happening. There's an event that was happening at FANUC right here. At the FANUC Centre in the UK, and that was a qualifying event, which then took people to the finals if they finished it. And what they're doing right now, they're trying to fit some jigsaw pieces inside a jigsaw. But first of all, we're going to have a quick chat with Fintan and Rachel, who are the robotics trainers here. And if anyone buys a robot, Fintan said it's either them or Rachel who will be training the customers in how to get the best out of that robot. So what these guys don't know about robots, it's just not worth knowing. So let's have a little chat with... Oh, I think Fintan's helping Tom right now. So we're going to have a little chat with Fintan first of all. So I can use the microphone here. So Fintan, I know Rachel's going to talk to me a little bit about WorldSkills, but you've been to the WorldSkills event. And what do you see in the faces of the young people who are engaging with technology, robotics and engineering, and that you think might inspire them?
I'd say you see that people have got a passion for what they do. And they seem to really enjoy it, and they want to be the best at what they do. And again, these are wheels that they probably didn't realise at school that these things sort of existed. Like I say, when we were there, opposite us, they were doing the forensics, were digging up bodies. There was jewellery makers. There's a whole myriad of different trades there. And it's wonderful to see, and wonderful to see like the next level of skills that are coming in to backfill what exists already.
Absolutely, but we're talking. So today's robotics and systems integration is what the category that FANUC helps promote in the UK. Yep. And what do FANUC? We're going to talk to Rachel about this a little bit. But what do FANUC do in that category, and how do they help people in the UK?
With the skills?
In terms of robotics and systems integration, that category was?
Well, the UK, automation is... I think since COVID, people have realised that sort of automation has become more and more important. And one of the problems, one of the hesitations is like, I'm going to buy a robot, well, who's going to program it? who's going to repair it. And we've got these young people now, we're going to engage them. And we saw them there today, they're all fascinated by the robots, they love it. And you can say, well, we're going to upskill these people to backfill in your business, that you've got people who can make these robots do wonderful things.
Absolutely. And some people come from industry who then will end up as a robotics trainer like yourself, but you actually came from the MTC, which is just over the road. What were you doing at the MTC, and what inspired you to try and help train the next generation?
I've been in industry and I'm relatively gregarious and quite good at what I do, so I've always had an apprentice with me. I thought, well, why don't I formalise that, pass on my wealth of experience to the younger people, trying to inspire them, try and help them and show them, how exciting and interesting engineering can actually be. And again, I really enjoyed the role, and I come here again now, and again, opportunity to expand that even more and show you more people, what's possible, what can be done.
But it doesn't actually have to be a formal scheme that young people can go on. You formed something you called a STEM club. Now, how did that work, and what was it? It was a bit more of an informal way of getting young people interested in using technology.
Yeah, I was involved with a primary school, and what we'd done was a few people were just banging heads. I said, well, I can build a 3D printer, why don't we do that? And then we talked around, so well, why don't we expand it a little bit more? So we spoke to a couple of people, local businesses. I said, I'm looking for a little contribution. We want to buy some Raspberry Pis, etc., to help these kids. And people were more than happy to chip in. They get VAT return on it, all this sort of stuff. And what we've done then, we formed this club, and the children just took it like ducks to water, really. They really, really enjoyed it, and their ingenuity was fantastic, again. And their ability to take on information and utilise that was mind-blowing, to be honest. But I noticed it's a massive gap in sort of contemporary education, really. They're not doing this, and it's such a shame, really, because they're intuitive to a lot of the technology.
Absolutely. When you get your hands on, like Tom is getting his hands on right now on the robot, and Rachel, you actually designed this challenge for the young people to do. Could you tell me a little bit about what inspired you to design this kind of challenge, and how the young people attacked it?
So they were quite methodical, the way they tackled it. Very much, they sort of optimised the layout using the software, and then they laid it all out and tried to replicate. They were just doing quite a simple pick and place. So, yeah.
So what are we actually trying to do? Oh, what is Tom? So Tom's already got 4 pieces in there. What's he trying to do?
So the object is to use the robot to basically complete the puzzle. So once the idea is once they've done it, they then put it back into the places where they got it all from. So then you can run it in a continuous loop of the robot solving the puzzle, essentially.
Brilliant. And you had, how many teams did you have? Was it 4 teams or was it 11? I can't quite remember.
11 teams for the qualifier final, for the qualifiers, and then that gets took down to 6 teams for the finals.
Brilliant. And the finals is going to be happening next year, right?
No, next 16th to the 18th of November. So
brilliant. So it's not too far away. So the finals will be happening right here at the FANUC in Ansty Park.
Yeah, 2 weeks' time, and we're going to have 6 teams. They'll be doing some simulation work. They'll be doing a practical task, and hopefully they'll find it a bit easier.
Absolutely. So good luck to those teams who are going to be doing that in a couple of weeks' time. Yep. But what are you trying to show people by designing this kind of challenge? Because it's quite a small robot here, and pick and place. I mean, where would you find that in industry?
So a lot of sort of packaging applications, sorting applications, very much sort of picking off a conveyor, putting it into a box, that sort of application. So a lot of places, where they're packaging stuff, it's quite widely used there.
But so you're telling me actually these skills that the kids are, I mean, I don't know how old they're, 16 and over, I think, is the age you have to be to register for WorldSkills. But the skills they're going to be learning, actually, you might find these young people might end up going to do a marketing degree, or they might end up going and working for their family or for a company. But the company might say, well, we're in packaging, we need to get on and take one of these robots. But one of these young people might put their hands up and say, I know I'm in marketing, but I actually know how to program one of those robots.
Yeah, there's always that potential. We try and make it as sort of relative to industry as we can. Otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah, absolutely. What's the point exactly? And all it takes, I mean, if you see Tom, I mean, how are you getting on here, Tom? How many years have you been running these robots for?
0.
So he's actually, are you telling me this is the first time you've used this for a pendant?
First time I've ever used one of these, yes. And I had 5 minutes training.
That much?
Even that much.
Absolutely.
And,
Brilliant. So that obviously is a testament to the quality of the training here from Finn and Rachel, I've got to say. Tom has never used the pendant before, and yet he gets 5 minutes of training, and he's already picking and placing. He's got 4 in. You're almost there getting the 5th jigsaw piece in. And could you imagine what it would be like if you were a younger person who'd maybe even never seen a robot before?
Oh, you'd love it, wouldn't you? I want to take it home and just finish this puzzle.
Absolutely. So do I. Shall we stick it in the back of your Skoda?
Yeah, it'll fit, won't it, Rowan? Can you help me lift it? We'll not tell Rachel. We'll just.
Rachel, could you walk over there, Rachel? We're just going to have an ice cream. Exactly. So I find it absolutely amazing. You've got 3 of the development boxes, challenge boxes, I guess, whatever you'd call them here. But you actually send these to the schools and the institutions where the young people can work with them, don't you?
Yes. Yeah, so this is one of our, what we call an education cell, so they're designed so that they can fit through doors and they're quite manoeuvrable. And yeah, a lot of schools, colleges use them. They're really easy to, Tom's managed it, so.
Yeah, Tom's managed it, so anyone can manage it. Well, there's a lot of insults flying around here. It's okay. They're very easy to use, though. And if you've got any questions for Rachel and Finton, please get those in. We've not got much longer left on WorldSkills. And if you've got if you're looking at this and you're interested in trying to get your child involved, or if you're a teacher, getting your school involved, well, how would you pitch this to, let's say you were trying to pitch it to your head teacher who's maybe he's not quite interested in engineering, they're interested in getting all their pupils going to university. How do you think you'd pitch this and sell it to say, actually, this is going to help them in their career and their life in the future?
I think if I was pitching it, it's very much, it's an introduction. Robotics, it's not something that kids sort of wake up one day and say, right, I want to program robots. It is very much an introduction. These are the possibilities that you've got in engineering. There's a whole world out there that you can experience, and this is just one small part of it.
Absolutely.
Come and have a go.
Exactly. Thank you very much, and that's a very good point, Rachel, because you think like no child wakes up and goes, I want to be a professional pole vaulter. They have to just have a go and then find out they've got an aptitude for it. We do sports day. We should be doing like an engineering day, shouldn't we?
Definitely, yes.
That's a brand new idea. You got that. You heard that from me first. That's it. Finton's going to go and start at the STEM club. He's going to do the engineering day. Watch this space, all right?
Finn can do it.
Finn can do it. There we go. We can pass it off onto Finton. Brilliant. And one last little comment here, please. Can I just find out what is the challenge going to be next year? Can you tell me, or is that secret?
That's a secret.
Oh, it's a secret. I'm not allowed to find out. Oh, that's gutting.
I can't even tell you what it is in 2 weeks' time. That's no.
Oh my God. Okay, right then, Tom. Right, one last comment from you as well, please, Tom. You're doing one of the last jigsaws there. I guess you'll probably be here all day, won't you? If you were going to say something to maybe someone with a parent who's watching this, what would you say to them to try and get them to get their child involved with this?
Well, children nowadays, obviously, it's a new generation. They love the video games, they love their computers. So why not pique their interest of computers and manufacturing together?
Absolutely. Making stuff for the UK. UK manufacturing will be exporting it around the world. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So that's it. That's it for the FANUC Open House Live talking about WorldSkills.